This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Well, I was just barely on time. I just sat down and apparently fucked my microphone arm up. So let's hope it doesn't fall off. Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live. It is day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Torchy, me cakes, clinically, good evening. Maybe good afternoon if you're over on the other side of the country. I classify 6 p.m. Eastern as evening here on the East Coast. But if you 3 o'clocking it over in California, you might consider that the afternoon still. And I would not blame you for that. I'm just rambling now. Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live. We've got the Obamas tonight. And there were some other names that I was really I was excited for. And I completely forgot. I believe Andy Bashir speaks tonight. I really am. Other than the Obamas, I'm drawing a blank now. Hold on, let me. We'll look at the list. It's sad that I saw it earlier and I can't fucking remember. Oh, J.B. Pritzker. I was really excited for J.B. Pritzker. We get Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Tammy Duckworth. Amazing. We get Bernie tonight. That's what I was excited for. Bernie will be speaking tonight. Mexico New Mexico Governor Michelle Lejeune Grisham. Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles is a Republican, the first of several Republicans that will be speaking. Doug Emhoff will be speaking tonight, as well as the Obamas. Dougie, Warlord. I go to scratch my arm and I've got some weird bump there. I've been getting there must be something been biting me in the middle of the night or something, and I don't know what it is. I got some kind of bug. And I can't get rid of the goddamn ants I've got.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
The ants are kicking my authority in the balls. Maybe I got a spider? Well, bugs, I shouldn't have to worry about a giant spider because a cat should take care of a giant spider for me. Cats take care of bigger things than spiders. I can't imagine there'd be a mosquito. I mean, I'm not on the water. Not far from water, but I'm also not very close to water either. I don't know. They did admittedly build that one statue to Roger Ebert. You're Uber online. How can you not know the picture that this is referencing? I can understand. Seriously, my arm itches. That really itches really bad. This just happened to me because I didn't know it existed until just a minute ago. Oh. I didn't get your boob joke. You know, your boob joke sucks, so therefore you deserve a titty slap.
A titty slap! Give me those titties,
Come on now.
AK coming in hot with a fucking... Goddamn, that's a long one. What impact do you think the Jewish shift will have on this election? Usually the Dems get 70% of the Jewish vote. This year that number will be below 50%. What? 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 Whoa. Thank you, Flash. Thank you. Bonner Monkey, good evening. That's it. By the way, AK, that's called a loaded question, my friend, because you're asking something that has a presupposition in it. What polling do you have that says Jewish people are gonna? Are you saying that they're gonna vote for? You say less than 50% will vote for Republicans. See, there's a lot of presuppositions there, man. Like, you're assuming that Harris choosing Walz over Shapiro somehow hurts her with Jewish voters. There's no data to say that. Like, the idea that Josh Shapiro didn't get picked because he's Jewish is absurd. Why would he have been in the running in the first place? By the way, the reporting was that he went in and was a complete dickhead, and that Walz went in and everybody loved him. So that's what happened. Mitochondria, good evening. That apparently Shapiro went in and was in the meeting with Harris and was like, I don't even know if I want to be vice president. Yeah, even Fetterman doesn't like Shapiro. I don't know what time we're going to gavel in. Yesterday it was delayed slightly because of the protest, which we'll check in on here in a little bit. C-SPAN was taking calls.
Just a month ago on the floor of the Republican convention in Milwaukee, where we saw a lot of enthusiasm and a lot
AK, the idea that something is going to hurt Democrats when their polls have been shooting up since
we're going to win this thing.
Harris was named the nominee, just goes in the face of whatever the fuck you're saying. That's what I'm saying. Don't, not number 2, Battle Opossum. We got the Obamas tonight. Bernie Sanders.
The ballot.
Fuck, I just looked at the, who the fuck else?
For Democrats to still
J.B. Pritzker. Pritzker is going to be awesome.
And where we're standing right now with the
Tammy Duckworth, also awesome.
I think John Tester in a state that Trump won by 6.
So we've got several speakers for us, the left, tonight.
For Democrats to keep the Senate, they have to not only win the presidency, but they have to defend
Pritzker, Duckworth, Sanders,
in the toughest position.
All solid politicians.
What are the polls showing with his race?
We've seen a couple of polls showing his Republican opponent Tim Sheehy up narrowly. There was another poll last week that still showed Tester up narrowly, so it's really a error race.
Winnie, good evening.
You know, it's one that Republicans.
It's already getting salty in here.
This is the heaviest spending per point that overall that we see in that race, and so Republicans think that this is one that could break their way, but Democrats remain confident. And
brother, she can lose Pennsylvania and win the election, but there's no indication that she's in any position to lose Pennsylvania.
Really hard to do, but Tester's won in 2006 and 2012 and 2018, but those all were more favorable environments. So, you know, we are seeing, I've seen one poll where
she shot up in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and even put North Carolina into play. There are people that think in the Democratic Party that think she can put Florida into play.
Outrun it by double digits.
Senator Tester is one of 3 Democratic senators who are skipping the convention. Who are the other 2?
We have Sherrod Brown of Ohio, another heavy Trump state by 8 points, and then Jackie Rosen of Nevada.
And the idea that the idea that the issue of Gaza is causing some sort of split in the Democratic Party is nonsense.
If you're in a state like
the Democrats are united. The left is united in their vocal opposition of genocide.
Progress. That's not really going to help you necessarily in your.
Oh, so you're not even a Democrat. You're going to try to come in here and
learned today that 3
and tell the nominally left side
and one new candidate
how we like the Democrats are actually. Here's the thing: you came into a leftist stream and you're upset that the Democrats are for once in my lifetime actually trying to appeal to the left.
Yeah, so this is really also Brooks is the one I'm really watching tonight. So she's not as well known as Kate.
I think you're just a dumb fuck. How about that?
He's been there since 2006.
There's no polls that saying that like
Baldwin are in.
Harris is in any danger. She's in the lead nationally.
Those in our lean Democrat column, they're leading by mid to high single digits in polling that we've seen. But also Brooks there, she is running in an open seat, and it's really.
Are you Jewish?
Until
AK
successfully got former Republican Governor Larry Hogan to run there. But sort of as I mentioned about how Tester has to outrun the top of the ticket, Hogan has to as well. Maryland is a state that Joe Biden won 4 years ago by 33 points, so an even bigger margin. But, you know, Hogan has shown...
I think you're an idiot and shouldn't speak for Jewish people.
One reason why we've kept it in our likely Democrat column is that voters ultimately...
Holiday, good evening.
Governor and races for Senate very differently. Hogan faces a much more difficult task. And
the Jewish shift would deliver Trump the election.
To run against his party.
That's absurd.
Independence. But I think what you're going to see also, Brooks, talking about...
Brother, why would Jewish people go vote for the neo-Nazi party?
Money to do that, and so...
that doesn't make any fucking sense.
To donors, Democrats rely on a lot of small dollar donors, so that's going to be really key. So I think that's important for all.
I bet you're in for a shock in November.
Keep getting that money, because one thing there, Baldwin.
I think you live in fantasy land.
Against self-funding Republicans, so they really need that money coming in.
Jessica Taylor, we always appreciate your detailed knowledge.
There is nothing that says Trump appeals to Jewish voters.
Happy to be on here. Thanks.
A good tee up to the week as we look forward to hearing.
Are you Jewish, AK?
Senate incumbents, some Senate candidates here in Chicago, in Milwaukee. When Republicans had their convention a month ago, they also featured Senate candidates at their convention. And if you missed any of that, or you missed any speeches this week, again, go to our website, cspan.org. Couple of text messages from our viewers. This is Rob, and a Democrat from New York City. I would like the VP to discuss.
Are you Jewish, AK?
Housing plan. I'm a recent retired teacher, and housing costs take up.
If you don't answer it, I'm going to assume you're not.
Today.
So then my next question is, why the fuck are you talking about Jewish people? Why the fuck are you pretending or pretending to
help Americans
speak for Jewish people? Sacrificial MILF. Good evening. I will let you know that
campaign or past campaigns.
There are many people in my chat that are Jewish, and they will take issue with you trying to speak for them.
And we are also struggling to pay high rent.
And to point out, oh, you've got Jewish friends. And to point out that the highest-ranking Jewish politician in the country, there's not a lot of Jewish Republicans.
As they typically do in a presidential.
There's a lot of Jewish Democrats. The highest-ranking Jewish politician in the country will be speaking tonight.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name's Amanda. I'm a college student. I go to school in California.
New Jersey will not be called up late at night. The fuck are you talking about?
I had the honor of being able to vote during the Biden-Harris administration. It's been really nice as a young person to see the work of this administration, especially when it comes to climate action. So thinking about the Inflation Reduction Act, as well as the American Climate Corps. I really would love to see what the Harris-Waltz administration would like to be doing when it comes to climate action. As you know, there's a lot of greenhouse gases emissions, and knowing that time is ticking, especially before 2030, when a lot of people are wanting to see a lot of net zero carbon emissions.
Drake, welcome in.
Nice to see what type of agendas, initiatives.
Gotta love the Drake.
Harris-Waltz administration would like to be doing, especially as a young person that wants to see the earth grow, and as well as be able to think about the next generation of people that are going to tend to the land and take care of our communities.
Amanda, so where do you get your political news?
As a Gen Z person, mainly on social media. So looking at a lot of activists, as well as looking at a lot of different news sites, looking at blogs, newsletters, podcasts, YouTube videos, a range of different media.
So do you feel that the Harris-Waltz campaign is reaching you where you are at on these social media sites? Are you getting bombarded with digital ads, or do you follow their campaigns on these social sites?
I'm not high enough for this shit.
Hearing from them.
Light one up, tip one back.
Yeah, I think the Harris campaign has been doing really well when it comes to being on TikTok as well, too. As someone that's chronically online, I really feel like they've been doing a really good job of reaching to my generation, being able to take on influencers like Megan Thee Stallion, being able to talk about like a brat summer.
Mindy, coming in, dropping the facts.
Very mindful of them, so I really do appreciate it. And so, yeah, I think as long as they keep trying to be able to reach us where we're at and not just go through the traditional routes such as news outlets, I think you'll...
What in the hell is Siena College?
Being able to see the Generation Z's issues as well as what they really...
I don't like it when we're on early and I've got light coming in. I am glad that...
All right, Amanda there.
This time of year, the sun isn't shining in my eyes. For the last couple months, it's been like I have to wear sunglasses.
With you. This is from FoxNews.com. Robert Kennedy Jr.'s running.
Why do you keep talking about the Jewish vote? You're not Jewish.
It may drop out and join forces.
It's kind of anti-Semitic for you to come in and
Harris and Wolf
purport to
on FoxNews.com.
know what the fuck Jewish people are gonna do.
Podcast interview. Again, you can find that.
No, Harris shouldn't have chose Shapiro. We are leftists. She chose the candidate that appealed to us.
Yes, thanks, Greta. I appreciate C-SPAN's coverage. I'd like to just say that when the media says, like, nationwide, like Trump has 49% and Kamala has 47% or something like that, it'd be much better if they talked about the electoral votes. Rather
he's not a Democrat. He's not a Jewish person. It's absurd.
Sense, you know, statewide in Pennsylvania, for example, Kamala's 48 and Trump's 46. That's understandable. But I think when we go nationwide, and the media wants to do those kind of stats, they ought to make it electoral college. Because so many times Democrats have won the popular vote, but then didn't in the electoral college. So just like to say that comment. And then the second thing is that Senator Warnock last night from Virginia was very good, and I'm glad C-SPAN's going to offer those speeches again later. And also, I think
they call me a shitlib too, Drake.
Work hard on just telling everybody that. There was a real strong border bill that was going to be voted on, but Donald Trump convinced a lot of Republicans not to go with it.
You're not Jewish, AK, but there are Jewish people in my chat.
Border issue.
And one of them's going to come in and tell you to shut the fuck up here soon.
Governor Waltz, he seems like such a genuine, fun guy, and on camera, off camera and on camera, and really enjoying it. So that's about it.
All right, Don there in Middletown, Pennsylvania. A text from Andrea.
She didn't snub Shapiro. You're an idiot. BK, so I tell you good evening.
And Tim Walz.
Yeah, you're off. You're with us live tonight.
Democratic Party. I think it has been long.
He was anti-Semitic. Fucking Josh Shapiro would have never been in the running. You are a dumb fuck.
The future we could have if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are president.
And why was it not anti-Semitic for her not to pit Pritzker? Who is Jewish?
There in a text message. You can text us.
DJ Dub, good evening.
To call in this evening. If we don't hear from you.
They're just stupid. They're wanting to stir shit because they know they're going to lose.
Sounds. Remember, what we will, after the
yes, Mr. Imhoff.
The phone lines again and take more of your phone calls. David in French Lick, Indiana.
Did you not hear me say Josh Shapiro went in and made an ass of himself?
Really good to see you and a great production today. I've been watching a little bit and listening to, obviously, the conversations prior to me. I think that Warnock is not from Virginia, but Georgia. But anyway,
yeah.
It's interesting that this affordable housing, what was it, 300 million homes built was the proposition. I've extrapolated that out in a reasonable market value. That's $15 trillion. I mean, come on.
So spending too much money, in your opinion.
Oh, my gosh. What do you think? That's half our debt. And here's a kicker, too. Tim Walz doesn't own a home. So would he be eligible for the $25,000 first homeowner, buyout? Very curious. Thank you very much.
All right, David there. You bet. Talia in Seattle, Independent.
Hello. Thank you so much for the extensive live coverage. It's much appreciated. The topics I would like to see the DNC cover this week, anytime between now and Thursday, would be campaign finance reform, reforming the Supreme Court, and also extending our great franchise with the John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
All right. Tony in Massachusetts, independent. Hi, Tony.
Hello. Yes, thank you for taking my call. I've been listening to different people comment on what issues were important to them, and they're all important, whether it's immigration or whether
Tony,
it's...
Immigration. Tony, I apologize for cutting you off there. We've just heard the voice of God.
Oh, good evening.
Delegates, they need to start getting getting to their seats because the proceedings are going to begin soon. So we're going to make that our last phone call, and we're going to take you down to the floor of the Convention for Sights and Sounds.
AK, I'm going to bet on you being a dumbass.
Second session of the 2024 Democratic National Convention in about...
Do you know what the word fact means? I get so upset with right-wingers. I know for a fact he's winning.
Coverage on the go. You can download...
You should not take that bet. You will lose your money.
And if you miss anything, it's always on demand.
It's a fact because they're the facts don't care about your feelings party.
National Convention.
But everything with them is feelings. It's all based on feelings. I had a dude tell me that all these GM cars that have been sold are getting ready to be repoed. Odd job, John. 420. Love that number. Buddy, you're the one coping. Light one up, tip one back, my friend. Cicero, good evening. Yeah, not even a Democrat, not Jewish, comes to a leftist chat that is excited about Harris, excited about Walls, and be like, you guys got to know the left has a Jewish problem. They're going to go vote for the neo-Nazi party, even though multiple people that were in the running to be the vice president on the Democratic side were Jewish. The Democrats have a Jewish problem, even though there's not any high-profile Republican Jewish politicians. Yeah, that's smart. I can't believe he said Venezuela. I've always figured he'd just go to Russia or Saudi Arabia. I've kind of figured he'd go Saudi Arabia. They got nice golf courses, beaches. They're trying to get that Western money. The Kushner $2 billion investment. But Argentina is very likely to have like another flip and have like a revolution, and Malay get hung upside down, you know. That's why old Trumpy boy probably don't want to go there. Probably go to a more stable country like Saudi Arabia. But that's just me giving him good advice. Soup! Somebody shout for Soup out.
Please, take your seats.
Give my boy a shout out for me. Don't make me pull it up and do it myself. We're getting ready to gavel in on the DNC here. We have Bernie Sanders, Tammy Duckworth, the Obamas. Jam-packed night. Who you calling shit lib, Obama or me? Either or. Trump for president of Venezuela. No, I don't want the Venezuelan people to have to suffer through that. Now, we've had this whole discussion. Apparently, I'm a shit lib. I'm too institutionalist for the anarchists and the communists in the chat. But they suffer through me. M Lord, we got all the cool people in here tonight. Exactly. I as a political commentator, Sparkles, I mentioned all the cool people being here, and the Queen of Cool walks in. Libertad. Well, I'm glad I can be a place where I can unite normie Democrats, shit libs, sock Dems, communists, anarchists. If I can unite everybody, and everybody can come over here all together and have a hate party with me, get high and hate. I wouldn't doubt there's CIA handlers in here. Republicans are welcome. Mr. Spronk, I absolutely welcome Republicans. The chat will tell you that I welcome them. Republicans just usually don't want to be here.
Where should we go now?
It hurts their cog dissonance. Hell yeah, Odd Job John 420. I love that name. I'll probably usually shorten it, but my God, I'll take every opportunity I can to say the whole goddamn thing. Ducky, did I tell you good evening? Let's smoke. We're waiting on them to gavel in anytime. We got Dancing Cowboy over here. The line to the restroom. Warlord is a Tory. That is a good point. We have Warlord. The main mod in the chat is a fucking conservative from the UK. Somebody hit the rips. Ribs and sips, make it sexy. Gotta be sexy or I ain't eating. Is that where you gotta go to get sexy? I like Obama, alright, I guess.
And guests.
Disappointed would be the best thing. I understand, I'm a realist, I know. He was in impossible circumstances. Oh, for the bong. I have decided not to, you know I'm going to end up breaking out the bong, but I'm getting a little low. Josephus, good evening. I got one more big bud after what I got in here. I need to make it to Friday. So I was looking at, if I smoke bowls, I'll be perfect. Like, I'll make it to Saturday on bowls. But if I smoke bongs, it goes fast. Are you still yapping, AK? Spronk. AK's a Republican. AK's like wanting to come in here and like stir shit up. Like AK's not being cool. Obama radicalized a lot of people. And that's a good thing. I feel like but you're not AK. You're trying to like spout off some nonsense and you're not having the flow of the chat. Like the chat is talking and you're like having a tantrum separate from the chat. Do you not see that? So that's the reason why like Republicans are welcome, but they usually act like that and then they get frustrated. Like I'll stop paying attention to what they say, and because they're not the center of attention, they'll leave.
Well, why wouldn't you want a picture of that?
Yeah, they get super mad if you don't pay attention to them. High and half drunk is probably about, like that's where I want to be. Like high and, if I'm drinking, high and half drunk. Copa Magic. I want Josephus to rip into somebody. Is that Weird Al in the hat? Is he performing tonight? Flash. I would expect that from you. That's also how I know you're fed. You're the furthest thing from a fucking Fed. Of all the people that are ACAB in this fucking stream, you're like the most you booed a fucking comedian because he was married to a woman that used to be a cop. I saw it with my own eyes.
Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison and Democratic National Convention Co-Chair Mayor Mitch Landrieu.
It's a beautiful day.
Welcome back, Democrats.
No excuse to cop, not even once.
Today's session, I'm proud to pass.
Just fucking math.
Co-chair Mayor Mitch Landrieu.
Minus my 25% chance, you got an 83rd chance of winning.
Hello, America. There you go. You want me to do it again?
Attaboy. I don't blame him.
The 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democrats.
Welcome back, dumbass.
Will now come to order.
I feel like I don't like Jamie Harrison just because his voice doesn't fit his face, his body.
Dr. Talib Sharif.
And I feel bad about that. Hey, AK, another thing, how many rabbis fucking spoke at the RNC? How many Jewish people?
We have gathered together this week to craft a redemption story for America. My faith is sustained by a redemption story. A people beleaguered and bereft, traversing the desert.
Fleabag, good evening.
From degradation to dignity, from darkness to light. Holy One, help us write America's redemption.
Lisa Loeb is a dim.
Story of ceaseless striving toward a true multiracial.
What is it? That ribbon's like a pineapple or something?
Justice, where every person is treated as unique, mighty, and worthy of love. In this story, politics is not a vehicle for repression, bigotry.
I'm trying to think of her big song and I can't.
Call to service. This story.
If she was into swinging, I would be open.
It rejects the inevitability.
How'd it go though?
Affirming that every one of us, Muslim and Jew, Christian, Black, White, Latino, AAPI, queer and straight, Israeli and Palestinian, deserves to live in dignity and in peace.
See, nobody has any problem with Jewish people. We have a problem with, the Zionism and the genocide. Like, we're against that.
We know that the God of redemption specializes in the impossible.
Oh, it's not, odd is not a big deal. My dude's just like right here.
Joy and a fierce moral imagination. Amen.
Amen, I guess.
Greetings of peace. We pray that Almighty God Allah will bless this historic convention.
But the Democrats have a Jewish problem.
On our pledge, one nation under God, indivisible, from Adam, created without.
My issue is just that I have to smoke bowls.
But the first identity,
not bongs.
Human.
And I'll make it to Friday just fine.
Identity and diverse expressions of life that contribute
Vinny, good evening.
to the beauty and strength of our nation of nations, made up of people coming together from every land. E pluribus unum.
It is Josephus.
In moving forward with a bold vision for the future, we
campaign from the left and government from the right.
The nation's diversity and intrinsic nature to live together intelligently.
And who was it? Was it Perg?
Leaders.
Was it Phoebe? Who? Somebody said it last night.
Consistent with God's ways.
The DNC is going to be as full of empty platitudes
to treat all
as the RNC was full of grievances.
Of the Almighty.
Perfect summation.
Remember, the inalienable.
I'm sorry if I misattributed the quote.
Protect. That is the American.
Take credit if it was you.
For. Amen.
Please welcome Joshua Davis from Virginia to lead us in the Pledge.
Prometheus. Good evening. Welcome to DNC Night 2. Is this Baron Trump?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
This is not a form of brainwashing.
Liberty,
this is not a form of brainwashing. This is not a form of brainwashing. He's 35.
Please welcome Aristotle Garcia Byrne to sing our national anthem.
What up, Aristotle? Dig your philosophy.
Oh, say, can you see?
I'd rather hear the allegory of the cave.
The dawn's early light.
I have not heard that, MILF, but that wouldn't surprise me.
Proudly we hailed at the
Still prefer this to Hillary. Play Freebird.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the...
Can anyone name what the Freebird song was before Freebird existed?
Oh, the ramparts we were.
Before Freebird, what did people yell at concerts wanting to hear?
Streaming.
I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. No, that was not it.
The bombs bursting in air.
I don't think this is Lee Greenwood.
Move through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say
Yankee Doodle.
That
It was an Allman Brothers song.
Than yet wave.
Something by Cannibal Corpse. Yeah. Back in the early 70s. They're yelling for Cannibal Corpse. No, it was Whipping Post by Allman Brothers. People used to yell out, "Play Whipping Post!" all the time. Love Captain Beefheart.
Folks, give it up for Aris one more time.
Well, as much as anyone can love Captain Beefheart.
Pause with me for a minute.
Is that fair?
2 years ago, my dad died, the late Moon Landrieu. He was a great leader. He was a great mayor, secretary of HUD.
Allman Brothers do fucking rock.
For others. We have lost so many patriots since the last convention.
And if you've never heard Whipping Post, that song fucking rocks.
Let's take a moment and join with me and let's remember them.
Did he play on Layla? I didn't know that. That makes sense. What the fuck was Derek and the Dominoes anyway? Who was Derek? You guys think Eric Clapton, did the song Layla? He kind of did, but like the band was Derek and the Dominoes. Wait, what we got going on here?
I never knew it till then. Why, my friend,
Hey, LaBelle.
feel your love when you're not near.
Aretha died. That's why I was like, it couldn't be her. I hate the stage. What is this inset picture? Beautiful tribute, but I
When I feel all hope is gone, see the world with brand new eyes. Your love has made me realize my future looks so bright to me.
God damn. You know she's a legend, right, Mr. Spronk? Yes, that's amazing music. Well, we know Mr. Spronk is white. Go listen to some Kenny Chesney. And it's great to do, goddamn.
Please.
Yeah, cancel Justin on that one.
Carter Center and grandson of President Jimmy Carter, Jason Carter.
Is it like Johnny Carson music?
I'm Jason Carter. My grandfather, President Carter,
Welcome to the Late Show.
His birthday in October. I call him Pawpaw, and I can tell you that he wishes he could be here.
I've been told, Postmodern.
Led their lives.
Oh, sorry.
Faith in God.
Well, it's Sinatra, right?
For human dignity.
Oh, yeah, towards you.
Honesty, and a commitment to loving their neighbors as themselves. Those principles guided.
I like Dean Martin a lot better.
Including during their 4 years in the White House and the 4 decades since. For my grandfather, it was never about fame, recognition, accolades, or awards. His legacy is measured by the lives.
Now, Dean was funnier. If you go back and watch those old roasts.
Kamala Harris carries my grandfather's legacy.
But it's not a competition. They were all friends.
She knows what is right, and she fights for it. She understands.
Absolutely.
That leadership is about
fucking A Christmas album.
Selfishness. That
Dean also got more raunchy than Sinatra did.
And that you can get a whole lot more done with a smile than with a scowl. Pawpaw is holding on. He's hopeful. And though his body may be weak tonight, his spirit is as strong as ever.
Is he there? No, I guess he's in hospice.
Can't wait to vote for Kamala Harris. She reminds us all that the promise of
'Cause he looked really bad last time I saw him.
we are one nation, indivisible, with liberty.
No, Bad Religion has the best Christmas album.
And my grandfather knows that with her as our next president, we will keep that promise. Thank you.
Yeah, MILF. Yep, absolutely.
Please welcome delegate from New York and grandson of President John F. Kennedy.
The roast is all you need. Oh, that's Feeling Good? Is that what that song was?
I'm Jack Schlossberg. President John F. Kennedy is my grandfather.
Playing Name That Tune. We need Tenacious D.
Ever elected president and the first Catholic. He sent a man to the moon, fought for civil rights, and navigated the Cuban Missile Crisis peacefully. Most of all, he inspired a new generation to ask what they could do for our country. Tonight, JFK's call to action is now...
Oh, I'm sorry, he's got a comment.
Because once again, the torch has been passed...
I love you very much. I'd love to hug you.
...to a leader who shares my grandfather's energy, vision, and optimism for our future. That leader...
He does look like Dennis Reynolds. He needs his tools.
Like President Kennedy,
he's a golden god.
Dedicated her life to public service. She believes in America, like my grandfather did, that we do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. As president, she will fight for working families. She will expand investments in clean energy so that my generation will have clean air and good jobs.
Oh, he's
defend our freedom
JFK Jr.
for women anywhere in America to make their own health.
I don't know if he's Junior's son. He's the grandson of John.
From gun violence, the freedom to vote easily and without fear. The choice is ours to make. And
yeah, it is so boring.
To see what we will do.
But that's why you watch it here. You wanna stay plugged in.
President of the United States. Thank you.
But you need people to make jokey jokes with. Oh, also, I should pull up the protest.
All right, America, how y'all doing? We about to have a fired up, ready to go, yes we can night. Y'all ready? Well, as you can see, the torch has been passed to a new generation. So let's start off the night by talking about what's at the heart of the Harris-Walz agenda. Defending our freedoms, advancing opportunity, protecting our democracy. But the other guys, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, they want to rip away our rights, crush the middle class, and destroy our democracy. Their version of freedom is the government creeping creepily closer to every part of our lives. They're coming for our books, they're coming for our marriages, they're coming for our bodies, they're even coming for women who don't have kids. But this just isn't about what we stand against.
Coming for your wife, hide your wives, hide your children.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz
or even everybody out here.
America's future, where every American has a fair shot at the American dream. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will build a future that belongs to all of us because we are one nation, not two. Indivisible with liberty and justice for all, not some. We are part of one nation, pledging allegiance to one flag, and that is the flag of the United...
AK left when I stopped acknowledging him. Everyone saw that, right? Just like I said.
Hear this. America is great because of who we are, and more importantly, who we strive to be. My friends, our best days are ahead.
Yep, not in chat.
We stick together. My friends, say it with me. Let them hear it to the rooftops. We are not going back. So now please help me welcome. Please help me welcome from the great state of Pennsylvania.
Well, if they're coming for your sphincter,
Kenyatta.
Got some advice for you. I didn't know that one.
My fellow America, My name is Malcolm Kenyatta, a proud son of Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania State Representative. Fuck, are we having an Obama moment?
I brought back Trump's Project 2025. All 900 pages of it. And it's interesting because usually Republicans want to ban books, but now they're trying to shove this down our throats. It is a radical plan to drag us backwards, bankrupt the middle class, and raise prices on working families like yours and mine. Under Project 2025, a family making just $75,000 a year with just 2 kids.
I think that's the actual size of the book, though. I don't think like it was
more.
I don't think the Democrats went and printed one out.
No, but there's more. Because on page 465, Project 2020.
Yeah, I don't think it's a prop. I think that's the actual book.
From negotiating to lower the price of prescription drugs and capping out of pocket.
I reserve the right to be wrong on that one, but I think that's the actual book.
587. Project 2025 would cut overtime pay for hardworking Americans.
Boo.
But my friend, these bad ideas aren't new. As long as we have been fighting to make America work for working families, there have been greedy corporate interests trying to take us back. In 2019,
State Representative Malcolm Kenyatta, remember his name, because
a civil rights
I think he gonna be in Congress not too long from now.
Her voice cracking. And she said, "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. I thought my generation had fixed this. And here you are fighting the same battles." But I want to tell you tonight, my friends, what I said to my grandma. I said, "It's okay, Grandma. It's just our turn. It's just our turn to stand up for."
I mean, like normal thickness. I mean, it's not girthy or anything.
It's just our turn to defend our rights and to ensure that democracy doesn't die on our watch. It's our turn.
Oh, you're talking about the book. My bad.
To make history, my friends.
Also, good evening, Snicks.
Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. God bless you. May God protect our troops.
I'm just saying, remember his name. He's going to be in Congress. If not, like...
Don't know why, but
I feel like that was a pivotal speech.
How the Biden-Harris focus on making healthcare affordable for middle-class Americans has benefited so many of my patients.
I support Kamala Harris because she fights.
My mind is in the gutter.
And she thinks about the future of our country. Trump tried to take our country backward.
She has taken.
You've also got to remember that
childcare.
It's Republicans. The font's got to be like comically big.
I am a type 1 diabetic since the age of 10, and having my insulin is not an option.
My name is Ann from Wisconsin.
What is most important to you?
I look
thickness or length?
Medicaid based on a level of care for children with disabilities. Donald Trump attempted to cut Medicaid every single year he was in office.
Kamala Harris is the only candidate on the ticket this year that will actually continue to fight to get caps on insulin, and we need her in office.
I am all in.
Y'all in piss. I love you guys so much.
Hailing from the south side of Chicago, please welcome Oscar and Grammy Award-winning artist, author, and longtime activist, Common.
That's a hard question.
Award-winning gospel singer, Jonathan McReynolds.
It's okay, Sky Common. We love you just the same.
For this moment in time, where Kamala Harris will change the world for the better with love, hope, and grace. We fortunate. I'm fortunate to be alive. Can't explain how I got here, but we've arrived. The deliverance and diligence.
My playlist tried to play Common for me like 3 different times today. And I changed it to something else every time. I like Common.
Since infinite, I guess I can see the power in the prize. Incentivized by the street.
What are we canceling Common for?
People's struggles I don't minimize. Fortunate to be born and raised in the shy. Salt of the earth, people with the bravest eye. They say your God is the truth. I wasn't raised to lie. Fortunate to be so que sera. Every day that I get up, I trace the sky.
Wait, what happened between him and Tiffany Haddish?
Damn, and that's fortunate. You can feel it in the air. Hey, yo,
Also, did everybody see Tiffany Haddish twerk during the Comedians for Kamala fundraiser? It was very cool. I enjoyed it.
May your struggles keep you near the cross, and may your troubles show that you need God, and may your battles end the way they should, and may your bad days prove that God is good, and may your triumphs keep you humble at heart, and may your endings.
The only problem is I think Common has performed at the DNC like multiple times already.
To every husband, that your whole life will prove that God is good, and we are fortunate.
You can feel it in the air. Hey, yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, we live at the DNC.
I ain't donating to fucking Democrats.
Uncle Steve and my Uncle Charles, they both told me believe the seeds of a revolutionary evolution's
If I was to donate, it would be to a local campaign.
berries of our labor. Told to search for.
I know, I have many times.
had a chance.
I have not donated this cycle because amazingly none of my friends have run.
It swung on.
Nobody I've known personally has run.
To use the microphone for a ride and a staff. Fortunate, yo, we got to go to Paris. We fortunate, y'all, for Kamala Harris. Yo, we fortunate. Yo, the love is in the air.
Seriously, Flash. They showed her several times last night.
Hey, yo, the feeling is free.
Maybe she's just animated. Yeah, there's already way too much money sloshing around in Senate and presidential races. If you do feel compelled to support a national candidate,
Trump in 2006.
get a bumper sticker or something.
From Michigan, and I'm a former Trump voter.
I'm Joanna. I live in Florida. I'm a former Trump voter.
I just cannot vote for them.
That's also a fair point, Flash. You're donating $1 to candidates and drag down the average donation because that does mean something.
He has no respect for Americans. He has no respect for the Constitution.
I believe if Trump gets a second term, he's not leaving, he's staying. He broke the law. He doesn't believe they apply to him.
I literally told a right-wing radio host in
2024,
it would have been early 2016. I was like, if that motherfucker gets elected, he's not going to want to leave. And sure enough, it actually happened. And I didn't think it was going to go that far when I woke up on January 6th. You can go back and watch me being shocked at what happens. Well, Battle Opossum, if one of your friends is running for the school board, donate to their campaign. If you got a good candidate running for your state representative, donate to their campaign. Yeah, the DNC house band has been amazing. The RNC house band, they weren't bad. Well, that's because you're a Fed, Flash. You helped plan it. Well, fair enough. They planned it on Twitter and Discord and Telegram and shit. However, I never in a million years thought our law enforcement would let them do it. Seriously, I didn't think the cops were going to just stand back and let them in. I thought, our government would actually put them down. But look at me being naive. How could they be way outnumbered? How can you go through the summer of 2020 and have way too many cops everywhere, and then on January 6th you don't have enough? Other than there was coordination. There's got to be a lot of incompetence and possibly some coordination. And I guess that's something that goes into it, because, I'd say a lot of the police forces were buddy-buddy, and they're like, oh, we know the groups that are there. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they've got plenty of less lethal toys. The cops had to be sympathetic to him. Had to be. At the very least. Oh yeah, this is Obama night, so you know it's got to be grooving. Well, the Republican we had in here really didn't like the music. Thought it sounded horrible. But he left.
Please welcome Kyle Sweetser from Alabama.
Oh, not you, Mr. Spronk. AK. What would you say your political persuasion is, though?
I voted for Trump not once, not twice, but 3 times. You see, I work in construction. I work with my hands. He told us he'd look out for blue-collar workers. So I made my first ever political donation to Trump.
He tried to vote twice and got arrested, didn't he?
Many times throughout his presidency. But then I started to see Trump's tariff policy in action. Costs for construction workers like me were starting to soar. I realized Trump wasn't for me. He was for lining his own pockets. Now, I'm not left-wing, period. But I believe our leaders should bring out the best in us, not the worst. That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. She's tough. She's going to tackle inflation. Trump will make it worse.
And how did you vote 3 times?
Because she'll make us proud to be American again.
Nobody's ever called me weird. I'm a lot of things, but weird I'm not. The late great Hannibal Lecter is a wonderful man. You know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
Dragnets.
Bing, bing, bing. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, no, no. Other than day one, I'd like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Kim Jong-un I had a good relationship with.
It says DNC video.
Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Well, they're the weird ones. JD is not at all.
The people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
Let's give votes to all children in this country, but let's give control over those votes.
And I took that personally, the shark.
4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
I mean, it kind of looked like a Lincoln Project video.
Welcome.
Lincoln Project videos might be even slicker, though.
I wasn't just a Trump supporter.
I recognized it but couldn't place it.
Believer. I was one of his.
This is Stephanie Grisham, former White House press secretary.
Became my family. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him. He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth. He used to tell me, it doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough and people will believe you. But it does matter. What you says matter. And what you don't say matters. On January 6th, I asked Melania if we could at least tweet that while peaceful protest is the right of every American, there's no place for lawlessness or violence. She replied with one word, no. I became the first senior staffer to resign that day. I couldn't be part of the insanity any longer. When I was press secretary, I got skewered for never holding a White House briefing. It's
Fox.
Like my boss, I never wanted to.
Yes and no. We also get Bernie. We get
now
Tammy Duckworth.
Advocating for a Democrat.
We get the Obamas.
And that's because I love my country more than my party. Kamala Harris tells the truth. She respects the American people, and she.
Oh, and Pritzker's tonight.
Thank you.
Don't know why, but I feel like
At our 12-week ultrasound, our worst nightmares came true. The baby had stopped growing.
It was a weird song to play before this.
I was not eligible for any treatment at that point. The Dobbs decision was official and abortion was banned.
In 2021, I needed an abortion. After an ectopic pregnancy, I was able to access life-saving medical care when I needed it. And now I'm turning to IVF to build my family.
I'm supporting Kamala Harris because I'm an IVF mom.
It's not just the headline-making stories that these bans impact. It impacts people trying to build families.
If they don't let Shapiro speak every night, they're gonna lose.
Families in the way they know is best for them.
We need to band together and elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Please welcome Nabella Noor.
But once again, as I mentioned last night, it's all vibes. People that vote on policy have already made up their mind.
Here tonight is hope.
And like, if you give off the vibes that like
Have not always
we're the ones that work with the Republicans.
I am.
The content creator,
Dreamt of motherhood and
Nabella Noor.
Bangladeshi American family. I imagined it'd be easy. It wasn't. My husband and I tried to conceive. We failed. We tried and failed again and again and again for 6 long years. Finally, I got pregnant. We were overjoyed, but then I miscarried. I was devastated. It was only after sharing my story online and hearing from women about their experiences with IVF that I felt a tiny glimmer of hope. So I started the IVF process. But just
DJ Dub,
before my egg retrieval,
are you becoming a prepper?
I was pregnant. Today, we have 2 beautiful daughters. But this is not everyone's ending. For many women, IVF is the only choice. That choice and more is at stake in November. The freedom to plan your family, the hope of having a family at all. I'm here to stand with everyone fighting for our reproductive freedoms, because my daughters and yours deserve every option, every hope, every possible future. To anyone listening who is struggling to start a family, you are not alone. We will not let you lose hope. Because when we come together to raise our voice,
Yeah, and those voters that Sky Comet talked about,
win.
they're in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
Please welcome Michigan Senator Gary Peters.
What up, Peters? Lay it on me, Mr. Sweeney.
We believe we have to build an economy that grows the middle class. And we know that when unions succeed, all workers win. I was raised in a union household. My father was a teacher, and my mother a nurse's aide. And they gave me and my sisters what every parent wants to provide for their children, an opportunity to pursue their dreams. I went to public school, I worked odd jobs, became an Eagle Scout. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up just like me. And I know they will fight for all of us. They will make it easier to raise our families and to retire with dignity. Just look at the record.
Walz has been a strong supporter of labor.
Kamala Harris helped pass legislation that finally allowed Medicare to negotiate and lower the cost of prescription drugs.
And labor is gonna be an issue in the next administration.
She brought manufacturing jobs back
Because
of America.
General Strike 2028.
And as governor, Tim Walz signed the largest infrastructure investment in Minnesota history. And on the other hand, we have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
I think snubbing O'Brien was a mistake. Apparently they did not invite him. The Teamsters should be, even if they were going to snub O'Brien, the Teamsters should have been represented somehow.
The price
Oh, well, goddamn. I say that and the Teamsters come out.
Project 2025 agenda is the same old, same old.
Well, fuck me.
Cut overtime pay, cut healthcare programs, and give billions.
That's exactly what they did, Minty.
Millionaires. We cannot let that happen, and we will not let that happen.
That's fucking wild that it happened as we were talking about that.
And now I want to introduce some retired Teamsters and pension warriors, led by Ken Stribling, president of the National United Committee to Protect Pensions.
It's serendipitous holiday. Well, to be fair, they brought out a guy from Michigan. They were talking about labor.
I am Kenneth Stribling, a proud retired Teamster from Local 200 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I hope you don't mind, but I brought some friends. Pension warriors from the NUCPP.
Oh, you my peoples.
I found out in 2025, my monthly pension benefit was going to be reduced in half. Not long after that, my wife Beverly was diagnosed with terminal cancer. I didn't know how we were going to make it. So I went to a retirees meeting in the basement of a small church. At that moment, I knew we were not going to go down without a fight. Beverly made me promise never to quit until we made this right. So we organized a nationwide grassroots movement. For 6 years, we fought hard. And finally, we had a breakthrough. After 50 days in office, the Biden-Harris administration passed the American Rescue Plan, including the Butch-Lewis Act, to save our pensions and secure our retirement. They got it done without one single Republican vote in Congress. They saved over 1 million pensions, including 33,000.
But we know you're cynical.
Wisconsin. 52,000 from Pennsylvania. 61,000 from Michigan. As president, I know Kamala Harris will have our backs. She will fight for our retirement, Social Security, and Medicare. Beverly passed away in 2019, but I kept my promise, because a promise is a promise is a promise. Thank you.
For years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications, and millions of Americans have suffered as a result. Those costs got passed on to our seniors, but not anymore.
But in like other countries, insulin's like $6 or $7 or something like. It's insane.
Them that we have insulin for $35 compared to
It's still too high.
What a gift. This $35 is life-changing for us.
The beauty of it is it's fixed. Everything else goes up, but it stays the same. I have more discretionary income, 20, 30 bucks a month more. His wife and I can go to the pub and have a burger and fries.
I can afford my rent. I can afford to feed my children. I can afford my insulin.
It's saving me a couple $1,000s a year, which is several trips to visit the grandkids.
I am looking forward to that lifestyle where
That's how you make it. You got to do it incrementally, and then people realize what's possible. We've had a government that has been impotent for so fucking long. People don't know that the government can make positive change in their life.
Unveiled a new plan cutting prescription drug costs. 10 popular drugs are affected by this, including cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and blood clot medication.
So let's hope this is the break in the dam.
$1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs next year.
With Kamala Harris, I feel so hopeful. I feel the future of America will be good.
Technically, DJ Dub, the Attorney General is the attorney for the people.
As president
of the state.
Cost of insulin and prescription.
Sometimes that does include doing prosecutions. But a lot of times what the Attorney General for a state does is take on big business. And she did do some of that.
Let's have another hand for our brothers and sisters from Teamsters and all of our brothers and sisters from the unions across America who are rebuilding it, brick by brick. I mean, after that, what do you talk about? Kamala Harris wants to throw a little bit of...
Nathan, good evening.
So here we go.
Well, it's not perfect, Tim Lord, but let's, it shows people that the government can make a difference and that we can ask more of the government.
To actually get something done. Trump promised Infrastructure Week, but never built anything. But this time...
BK's over on the Twitch.
...administration is actually breaking ground, and we're starting to turn dirt.
Are you a different meat cake?
Infrastructure decade. All I see is possibilities ahead. You see, the foundation of a strong economy is literally a country's infrastructure.
There can be only one.
Upon which all rest. We finally got a president and a vice president who puts their money where their mouth is. Already, $460 billion out the door, $1 trillion of private sector investment building roads and bridges and airports and ports and water systems so that kids don't have to drink dirty water.
I am immortal.
Don't have to sit on the back of their mama's car trying to do their homework so they can have a better future for us.
Didn't we just have this conversation like fucking last night?
Is moving out of the door. And we're touching every part of the country, from the Pakiak, Alaska.
Please don't touch me.
To Lowndes County. We have over, hear me now, 60,000 projects all across this country.
Well, absolutely. Medicare for all, M-Lord.
We're hitting the ground running, and it's right in everybody's backyards. 2 years ago, after President Biden and Vice President Harris passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Eisenhower, he called on me and others to help carry out that vision as we rebuild America. As a senior advisor to the president, we pushed out funding for the roads and the bridges. We're literally building bridges to the future. High-speed internet and the clean energy economy. With these projects, we're ushering in a brighter future. A future.
Dude, apparently, Trump was on the phone with Netanyahu last night.
Everyone has the opportunity.
Last night.
A future.
Saying not to strike a deal because it will help Democrats.
Progress. And we have made historic progress towards that vision. Let's take a look.
Insane. Which is also a Logan Act violation. But I mean, are we going to enforce it? No.
The USA.
Since passing the bipartisan infrastructure law
and the American Rescue Plan, the Biden-Harris administration
is putting billions of dollars into
cities and counties across the country over the next 5 years.
I want to particularly thank the mayors of America. You make things...
Listen, I went outside earlier and I'm like, fuck, this is amazing.
The city of Phoenix has...
I didn't realize it was fall already.
In San Antonio, we're building the air...
But I assume it's not going to last very long.
Until 1970, Scranton and New York were connected by passenger rail. And within 5 years,
I'd say we have another heat wave that's gonna last 2 months.
Is to create a truly multimodal city. The city
3 months. We're gonna be in November, sweating our balls off
to get to their destination.
our city is able to create over 2,000 jobs and move our
tits
into the future.
Sweating your tits off, sweating your balls off, whichever.
$50 million to take vacant buildings just like this one to turn them into shovel-ready job sites in the heart of our city.
But yeah, I went outside. I was like, God, I wish I'd like plan to do something today or something. It is gorgeous.
When a dilapidated apartment complex was condemned, we were able to swiftly.
Yeah, and credit, like, it may have been, it says it's 70 right now.
Distributed.
I think it may have got up to like 74.
Drought-tolerant trees to combat extreme heat.
From the great city of Baltimore, Maryland.
Because, I mean, it was like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock when I'm outside. It's,
and many more.
Damn, this is nice.
President Biden and Vice President Harris.
Warlord, you in here? You guys still getting that heat wave over in Britain?
Start, but
it's still sweltering.
We got a great night planned, and it all starts off. All of you get to participate in this in the roll call. It starts off with something unlike anything you've ever seen. So look, stick around. We're gonna be right back at you.
What? Wait, what are we doing? I couldn't find the protest feed.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Wearing Cuban links, designer mix, Inglewood's finest shoes. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Don't look at the red, the blue. Woo! I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around.
Times of India is showing it, but it's from yesterday.
Don't be mad, fix your face, and up, they all be checking. Keep up. Players only. Get up, get up, get up. Girls, what y'all trying to do?
Yeah, yesterday, AP, Reuters, and there were a couple independents that had the protest. Oh, by the way, RFK is apparently is on the verge of running out of money and is wanting to drop out and endorse Trump. I love Talia Jane. I have such a I have a crush on everybody. They called me Lusty Justin in high school. I'm all over everybody. I have such a crush on Talia Jane. She is such a little cutie though. But then I'll be like, I have such a crush on Olay. And I'll be like, I have such a crush on Rashida Tlaib.
Everywhere I go, they be like,
Olay is. She makes my heart race.
Everywhere I go, they be like,
Martha is not a bad looking woman. I like her better with long hair. She had that mom haircut in the end of like the late 90s. Jasmine Crockett.
Come on now. What y'all trying to do?
Get down, brother. Not everyone loves Motown. Vacay was in here.
What y'all trying to do?
He's not even on Mini Ballot, Sky Comet. Like, he didn't even make it in New York. He said he lied about his residency. He's on the ballot in West Virginia. Unfortunately, that ain't going to happen because everybody that's voting in West Virginia is going to vote for Jim Justice. I can't blame him. I like the guy. It's the puppy. It's baby dog. I love to see RFK in the debates, but that's more just a because she's fat. I mean, that like those dogs are fat, but also it doesn't look like he tries to curb her eating. It doesn't look like he knows the meaning of the phrase curb eating himself, so. Not to fat shame, but has anybody seen Jim Justice? Even Chris Christie was able to stand and give his speeches. Yes, Flash, that's what I love about him. He's going to be so much fun in the Senate. Okay. Next year, who do you think I'm going to play more clips of? Jim Justice or John Kennedy? Who's going to get played more on the Troll Patrol in 2025? Senator Jim Justice or Senator John Kennedy? Kennedy's going to have a run for his money. Oh, MTG is a given. I would hope he takes Baby Dog. I don't think they let him. Right now, for the year 2024, I'm pretty sure John Kennedy has been the go-to senator, right?
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you a blowjob right when I want you.
That's the one saying the dumbest shit. All the time. He's always on Fox News. He's always wanting time to speak at hearings. I absolutely can, M. Lord. And Jim Justice will be better. That's why I'm excited for it. Jim Justice is going to be far more fun than John Kennedy. That's probably a good thing if he's going to get on the ballot in Ohio, Sky Comet. Because one of the reasons why he's wanting to drop out is because apparently he's bleeding support from Trump. He, honest to God, was running this campaign simply to try to get a cabinet position in one of the administrations. Higgins. Oh my God, Clay Higgins. Lenny, I bet I haven't heard from Gwyneth Paltrow in a while. She has been ostracized, probably. Fox, the Pat Buchanan. Vermin Supreme. Well, I mean, I don't want to call Vermin Supreme stupid. Because I would absolutely vote for Vermin Supreme. Still go with RFK.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We're getting ready to do the roll call.
take the official 2024 National Committee panoramic photograph.
Oh shit.
We would ask all
Group photo.
guests to take their seats and get ready for this historic photo. During the photo,
Fox, you say it was more serious.
in the hall, if anyone moves,
But me and my buddy, we used to do prank calls. This is when I was in high school. In 2020. In 2000, we called the Pat Buchanan hotline, and we asked him why we should vote for Pat Buchanan. And the guy on the other line said,
all of the past Democratic and past
because Pat Buchanan has the balls to run this country.
ready. Please listen to a boss who is located
That was all he said to us.
in the center of the hall.
That's how unserious this campaign was. So, like, I used to call into all the, like, local radio shows. And they had, like, call-in shows on the TV on the local...
I have a request, please. This camera is a film, 110 years old, capturing the image
It's a photographer.
movement in the hall. Not only you will be blurred, the person behind you also will be blurred.
He's telling, like, 15,000 people to stay still.
You are regarding your seat or somewhere else. Stand still. Look in
And he has an accent.
the platform of the press. And hold your hands in the front, please. Do not move. The camera is going to start in about 22 seconds. Please do not move.
He's telling 15,000 people not to move.
Right there. You're going to make other people glare.
Nobody could hear him.
I greatly appreciate that.
Did they not know they could do this digitally and it wouldn't have to worry about any of this shit?
Do not move.
He's just gonna turn it with his fucking... It's on a... like a lazy Susan.
There's some movement, please. Please stay right where you are.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's like the class pick.
Appreciate that. This is your photo. I'm moving, damn it.
This was dumb. This is insane. Yeah, it's a panoramic pic. They could have done this with a digital camera in seconds. It's the photographer. No, it's the photographer from 1855 that takes Doc and Marty's picture back in the Old West. Yeah, he's doing separate shots, DJ Dub, but like... Oh, did I say Morty or something? Did I say Doc and Morty?
It's an extremely sensitive camera.
The best part so far. It's a film camera.
You can see this photograph at democraticphotos.com.
Doc would be so much better to Morty. He would be the father figure that Morty needs. It's not going to lead to a badass picture. Everybody's moving. There's a $5 print outside.
I congratulate all of you. Thank you for your attention.
Where'd they get that guy from? Craigslist.
Delegates and guests, please put on your wristbands at your seats.
He's also like Chechnyan. He's over here talking like Balky.
I'm gonna just count y'all off.
That's a fucking deep cut for you. You know who Balky is. Yes, Perfect Strangers reference. How did that show never go into syndication? Like, you never see it anywhere. T the Terry, what's up, my friend? Nathan got it. Hell yeah. I don't even know if it has any words there. That's possible, DJ Dub, because my copies of it are all really shitty. I assume they were from VHS. Was it on Nick at Night? Odd job. So get this. I'm thinking about doing some more kind of variety streaming. I'm thinking of doing like a live music Monday. I'm thinking of doing Saturday Night Live, like watching them from the beginning of Saturday Night Live on Saturdays. And then every so often I'm going to pop up and do a TGI Friday. Give you a step-by-step and Family Matters, Perfect Strangers, Full House. What else came on Friday nights? No Full House. Oh, Boy Meets World. Okay, so Sparkles and I did a TGIF night. Oh yeah, Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs was really good. So Sparkles and I did TGIF night. And we watched several of those sitcoms from TGIF. And I will tell you, my least favorite was Step by Step at the time. But as an adult, going back and watching them, it's the best written one. By far. Hands down, the best written one. Like, genuinely shocked at how good it was. Was Coach on TGIF? I loved Coach, but I don't remember it being in the lineup. I used to watch it on like yeah, it was like on Sundays. It would come on after the news or something. They'd play Coach for like 2 hours. Apparently Craig T. Nelson was I think he died, wasn't he? Or didn't he? He was a right-wing asshole. I was not introduced to Kids in the Hall until much later. I used to watch Wings. It came on at like 10 and 10:30 before Price is Right when I was a kid. Really? I like some Norm Lear shows as well. All in the Family was one of my my first big introductions to TV. I need to go back and watch The State. Because that's one that gets compared to a lot of shows I like. America. I love James Brown. I know he was a wife beater and a fucking Night Court was awesome. Love Night Court.
Come on and wave your hands in the air and sing it.
Wikipedia is an excellent source. Like, it has its downfalls, but it's an excellent source. Especially as like a jumping off point. Night Court was the shit. That might be like the most underrated old sitcom. Oh, I am sorry, Sky Comet, because giving kitties medicine is a bitch. Let me tell you. Well, you just need to verify everything, because people can edit it, you never know what might get edited while you're looking at it and shit. It's a good source for sources. Exactly. I do not remember Night Flight. I remember the song by Led Zeppelin. I think it was Night Flight, wasn't it? Oh, sorry, Mox. Didn't that block the USA Up All Night? Didn't they used to have the show that had Ahmet and Dweezil? And they did that cover of Britney. Like, that's the only episode I remember. Was like they did a cover of Britney Spears, Hit Me Baby One More Time. And it's insane. It's fucking awesome. But it was like some variety game show or something hosted by Ahmet and Dweezil Zappa. Kobe, Obama is probably going to be around 10:30 Eastern time, so about 2.5 hours from now. In the meantime, we're going to have Bernie Sanders. We're going to have Michelle Obama. She'll probably be introducing Barack. We got Senator Tammy Duckworth. Who else was there? There were some other people I was excited for. Oh, Pritzker! Why do I keep forgetting about Pritzker? Also, Chucky Boy Schumer will be speaking. And I don't think Bill's tonight. I think Bill's tomorrow night. I guess they wanted the current president, former president, future president in successive nights. That would be my assumption. Anna Navarro? Who invited Anna Navarro? Ponder Monkey, I will too. I'll fuck pretty much anything. I'm kind of picky about guys. If you're a femboy, I'm probably into it. But like, if you're just a normal dude, I'm picky. I might not fuck you. Yeah, Michelle and Barack are the main event tonight. Well, probably not for us. I guess Bernie will be our main event. Exactly. Men are not created equal. All of them? Did I tell you good evening, me?
That was on crack.
I know Charlie Kirk was there and got embarrassed. Was my buddy Matt Walsh there?
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
And then Charlie, it's amazing I have
sexual anarchy.
Drops of all of them. Oh, he's doing some sort of like Am I Racist or something. His new What Is a Woman, and he's getting a theatrical release. It comes out this fall.
1, 2, 1, 2.
But like Matt Walsh is gonna be dressed as like some.
1, 2, check, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't even know what to call it.
Check, 1, 2.
Kind of like his liberal, probably not mini theaters. Modernism. Good evening. Welcome in, my friend. I can't wait to get obsessed with Baldur's Gate 3.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh, she's a one of those fled communism types. Okay. Gotta balance Bernie out with her.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Susan,
Are we having issues? Could have also been some kind of factory, DJ Dub.
Please welcome Democratic National Convention Secretary Jason Ray.
Yeah, I love how AK came in here and told us we have a Jewish problem. And we're getting ready. We're most excited for the 3 Jewish speakers tonight.
Well, good evening, delegates.
I can't find a stream of the protest. If somebody can find a protest stream for me, please do it.
Of both the Democratic National Committee and the Democratic National Convention.
There's not one on YouTube. You might have to go somewhere else.
Very first convention on television when I was just 10 years old. It was the 1996 convention right here at the United States.
Obama is Jewish, yes.
Now, nearly 3 decades later, I could not be more thrilled to join you in making history as we nominate Vice President Kamala Harris.
I was joking about the Obama being Jewish.
Pursuant to our convention rules, we will now proceed with the celebratory roll call vote for the Democratic Party's candidate for the 47th President of the United States of America. As a reminder, our nomination was made official on August 6th upon the certification of the virtual roll call. This roll call will reflect those results. The chair of each delegation or their designee will report its delegation.
You know that coup that the party pulled?
Presidential nomination. Pursuant to the rules, the roll call will follow the alphabetical order of the states.
Wonder Monkey. I can't believe I had to prove that for you. Well, no, I can't believe it.
Democrats abroad treated as states for the purposes of the alphabetical roll call. Delegates, are you ready? Let me hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy.
Well, I'm sorry, Prometheus. I'm trying my ass off.
Democratic National Convention roll call. Now we're gonna pass the mic.
Okay, I got some drip.
So that all our voices.
We're gonna be here till the end of the convention, and we're gonna do C-SPAN calls after, and possibly a car chase.
Let me pass it back.
So probably midnight or more. Why are we playing Leonard Skinner?
Alabama.
Oh, I guess that's why.
Alabama passes.
Alabama passes?
Your votes.
On behalf of the great state of Delaware, home of our beloved 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.,
it is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next
Roll Tide.
United States Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, fuck Chris Coons. Fire resist. Yeah. This is amazing. We're going back to Alabama?
Thank you, Delaware. Alabama, how do you cast your vote?
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will
They did this before the primetime part
and our foremothers, and
in the RNC.
she will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis voting.
Can I comment? This already happened. This happened, what, 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago?
Economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville
They actually weren't, DJ Dub.
Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the
They were actually very strong on workers' rights.
Montgomery and my hometown of Selma.
Now, one can make the argument, you know, they're advocating for, what's his name in the song?
Proud, great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first black
But no, they were supposedly pretty liberal.
Kamala Harris and the next Vice President, Tim Walz.
Smash, good evening. That's most of the OG members are dead. I think all of them are dead.
Motto is North to the future, and that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us.
Tim Kaine in the membrane.
For everyone, as a teacher, a union member, and a proud black woman.
Well, they didn't actually have a beef with Neil Young, did they?
Alaska's 19 delegates for the next president of these United States, Kamala Harris.
Like, I thought they were just ribbing on each other. They were cool with Neil Young, which makes me kind of, cool with them. Fucking love Portugal the Man. I've seen him twice.
Here in American Samoa, faith, service, and community are everything. That's why we cast 10 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Oh, it was serious at one point in time?
Now, once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is the DNC roll call. So let's pass the mic around the
I don't think you're ready for this jelly.
Arizona, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas tardes from the Grand Canyon state of Arizona, the future of the Democratic Party, where we've been bringing the heat since 2020, electing Democrats up and down the ballot.
Wait a minute, this is the edge of 17, isn't it?
Coalition is proud to cast our 85 votes for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Torchy. For some reason, I was thinking it was Destiny's Child. And then followed by another Fleetwood Mac song. Oh, it's Stevie Solo. Fair enough, fair enough.
On behalf of the great state of Arkansas, home of American legends, Johnny Cash,
Oh, God, it's going to take forever to get through this.
home of the trailblazing
Apparently we got a lot of people just joining us.
Daisy, Bacon.
Welcome in. This is night 2 of the DNC. This roll call is going to take at least 30 minutes.
Of President.
Oh, for God's sake, I hope it doesn't end at 1 a.m.
Who inspired all of us in a place called hope.
I disagree with you, me.
Our votes for Vice
Fleetwood Mac has like 3 or 4 good songs.
and Governor Tim Walz.
How many goddamn states do we have? DJ Dub, you know I stick with it to the end of this shit.
Your vote.
They went long last night.
Mr. Secretary, the great state of California
La-di-da-di-da.
passes.
It's the motherfucking D-O-double-G.
California passes.
Passes. Oh my God. Why wouldn't they do California Love? On and on.
Colorado, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, in Colorado, we know how to climb mountains, and we're going to make sure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz reach the summit and win this election. Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Get it go!
Well, Stevie.
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Connecticut, the Constitution state, over the submarine, over the jet engine, over the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, over Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Tonight, we cast 73
Wait,
votes
I thought Keith Richards was from England.
and 1 present for the first female president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, not a conjure. It is, it's kind of weird.
Now we're passing the mic all around the world tonight. So let's join together. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's go.
Oh, that makes sense, Ponder Monkey. His guitar was from Connecticut.
Democrats abroad, how do you cast your vote?
That would make more sense. Also, Sitting Cow, good evening.
Democrats Abroad represents millions of Americans who live abroad and vote back home in all 50 states and in D.C. U.S. citizens can go to votefromabroad.com.
I am not high enough for this shit.
Ballot. On behalf of our large, diverse community,
You're gonna have to do it.
fully cast 21 votes for Kamala Harris.
Remedy it, DJ Dub. Light one up, tip one back.
The District of Columbia, how do you cast your vote?
We are Washington, D.C., home to 700,000 Americans. We're millions.
Epimetheus, that should kick in by the time we get like Bernie out here.
King had a dream and Obama had hope. And we're in January 2025. We will host the inauguration of President Kamala Harris. We know Kamala Harris will fight for our freedom and we will work together.
Yeah, seriously.
Washington, D.C., the 51st.
The music alone is the reason I'm voting for the Democrats.
The District of Columbia is proud
The Republicans are so uncool.
for the next
Quest, good evening.
of the United States, Kamala Harris.
That's exactly what it was. Yacht rock, dad rock, and butt rock at the RNC. Well, Tom Petty won't back down.
Florida, how do you cast your vote?
Oh, I had my Left is Best shirt on last night. We got Taco Cat on tonight.
Florida is worth fighting for. That's why we're fighting back against Project 2025 and Republican extremism.
I want DJ Dub. I want to bitch about the Democrats. I went on a rant about this last night. I want the Democrats in power because I want to bitch about the Democrats. It's a better world when we're on here bitching about the Democrats not doing anything. What's this song?
Georgia.
Not Usher or Ludacris? Outcast? Yeah! Oh God, they got Lil Jon? The fuck? That was cool.
Everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Now, say, we're not going back. We're not going back.
I know it's not as good as Tiffany Haddish's.
We're not going back. VP Harris. Coming to wall. VP Harris. Giving the wall.
I can't believe they're playing this. Till the sweat drips down my balls.
Chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for...
To the Tim Walls.
Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedoms, and our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the...
How can you say this is uncool, Box?
Kamala Harris!
They just played a song about sweat dripping down balls.
Guam. How do you cast your vote?
Half a day, todo centro. I am Governor
Socialist Aunt.
Guerrero,
Good evening.
female governor.
Cringe and awesome at the same time.
The home of the indigenous Chamorro people. And where America's day begins. And we proudly cast our 12 votes to the next first female president of the United States of America. Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala!
Aloha.
Oh, I hate it too, Sky Comet. I was doing mobile DJing
America,
in 2003, so...
the spirit of aloha means acting with love and kindness. Our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass universal health care for all and target 100% renewable energy. Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama.
I don't know how many other artists are going to be able to pull out.
Kamala Harris, and we cast 6 votes president and 23 votes for Kamala Harris.
They definitely can't pull out Prince. He did. I'll fucking B-52s.
Idaho, how do you cast your vote?
Republicans ripped away our reproductive freedoms. The Idaho Democrats are mounting our comeback. For the first time in decades, we're running in every legislative district. We're not going back.
Fucking great.
Cast 27 votes for Kamala Harris.
Red states, Sky Comet.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a celebration.
Illinois, I assume.
Celebration of freedom. A celebration of future. Chicago, are you ready?
I thought they'd had a convention of the states or whatever, and like there's like 3 more states like needed to ratify it.
Illinois, how do you cast your vote?
Oh, that's where we sat.
Illinois Democrats are doing the work to win in November, and I am proud to introduce my partner in the fight, my governor, J.B. Pritzker!
You get ready to speak here in a little bit.
The great state of Illinois.
Also, Jewish.
The prairie state, home of
You know, because Democrats have a Jewish problem.
President Barack Obama. The birthplace of Sky.
The DJ is awesome. His outfit is fantastic.
The cornerstone of the Midwest Blue Wall. The first state to ratify the 13th Amendment.
How far are they off on the ERA? They got 28 states or something like that? 29?
Women the right to vote. Illinois casts 1 vote present and 176
Yeah, Mox. Yeah.
of the United States.
And if one of them brings out another rapper,
President Kamala Harris.
Michael. The fucking DJ's into it.
Indiana, how do you cast your vote?
Overlord. We're gonna have you and Warlord fight it out to be who gets to be the Lord of the chat.
Indiana, welcome me into its heart.
That was cool, Overlord. At the DNC convention.
Welcome me into its heart as soon as I married Christine Harrell from Rolling Prairie. And that's before I lived in Hawkins or played the littlest player with the biggest heart at the University of Notre Dame, Rudy.
Who's this guy?
I
Kanye, good evening.
That means electing.
Oh, this is the guy from Rudy. I've never seen it.
Of the United States of America.
Oh, AK's back.
On behalf of the great Hoosier State, home of the...
Wait a minute, wasn't he in the Goonies?
...event in the world, the Indy 500.
Yeah.
Home of Michael Jackson. Home of...
That's where I know him from, the Goonies.
Home of David Letterman. Indiana delivered this 86th...
Oh, yeah, Dave.
...to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president.
Josephus, can you Instacart you some alcohol?
Iowa, how do you cast your vote?
AK, why are you still talking about this shit?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Once again, we are waiting on Jewish Bernie Sanders, Jewish J.D. Pritzker to speak here at the Democratic National Convention,
That put education on
where the invocation was given by a rabbi.
that feeds and fuels the world casts
But somehow the party that supported by neo-Nazis is going to get the Jewish vote.
States of America, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it could be Instagram to you. First time Jewish voters are going heavily Trump. All those Jewish college students who protested with the pro-Palestinian protesters.
Hello, delegates from the center of America, the Sunflower State, Kansas, where our farmers feed America, where we elect strong women.
The Young Bucks have ruined this song for me.
First ever black chair of Kansas. I am proud that
No, Instacart.
first black woman president, Kamala Harris.
Oh, they might not have Instacart in Canada. That might not be a thing. I don't know.
Of Kentucky. How do you cast
What the fuck are they playing for Kentucky?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for...
You could have played Loretta Lynn.
With this...
You could play Nappy Roots.
Every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism.
I told the Prometheus. I was like, I've got Jewish people in the chat. They're going to tell you to shut the fuck up. Because AK, not a Democrat, not a Jewish person.
We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
I don't know what this song is. Anybody know? Is this All I Do Is Win?
Louisiana. How do you cast your votes?
Greetings from Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, my name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana...
Flash, what?
Surrounded by my family of the delegates of...
Why are you going after Prometheus like that? Or do you guys have something going on I don't know about?
Congressman Troy Carter.
A friendliness or a rivalry?
Support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
Oh, okay.
And born
I didn't see it.
From the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city.
I thought Flash was coming at you hard.
Be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal votes for the next president of the United States.
CH Ding Good evening.
The leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirits.
Is this DJ Khaled?
So does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its one vote.
Did I get that right?
And our 47 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Cat been spicy for like the last 2 weeks, Sky Comet. Which I ain't complaining. You can look at my analytics. It's been...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Where the streets have no name.
Next up is Maine. Maine.
Oh, is that not what this is? No, AK is not Jewish.
Great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country.
We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment.
I am voting for Kamala Harris.
Future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
I don't think anybody's ever said that about Maine. I think you're pretty solid blue.
Maine proudly cast 30 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland!
If you don't think people should hate other people for their political views, you should go talk to the Republican Party. Their entire platform is built on hate, especially hate of the people that like would watch my show, my friends, the LGBTQ community,
We are the birthplace of freedom.
people who are non-religious,
We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms.
people who have an ethnicity that's not, mayonnaise.
Thousands of veterans.
Your party, if you are a Republican,
And this community of patriots
is very hateful.
to cast our votes for the next president of the United
That's one of the things that's infuriating about right-wingers coming in here. It's like, why are you so mad? Like, I don't know. Everything you stand for is like an assault on my every fiber of being. That's the twice with the anti-white racism. Oh, you like to think they played the music and everything on the conference call?
How do you cast your vote?
Okay, CHD, you think Dems are more aggressive, yet look how welcoming the convention is. Look how
The first public library where we don't.
it's fun, it's inviting, it's a diverse group of people.
And the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud as the
Justin absolutely eats white guy tacos. There's no protest outside of the convention tonight.
100
And also, the protesters aren't necessarily Democrats.
Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Like, a lot of right-wingers are trying to paint the party as divided. This is the most unified the Democratic Party has ever been in my life. This is the most momentum they've ever had in my life. You had one shot, one opportunity to get mom's spaghetti on your sweater. Would you do it?
You cast your vote.
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair Lavora Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels and we built the middle class.
We are getting things done in Michigan in
Fucking Stabenow.
flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen.
And like the DNC's so much cooler, so much more inviting.
We cut taxes. We bring
Yes, you're not allowed to post links because dipshits like you try to come in and spam stupid shit.
Burlington together. Michigan cast
125 votes for
our next president, Kamala Harris.
Brother, nobody cares. Everyone thinks you're delusional. You're not the main fucking character here.
Minnesota. Cast your vote.
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota.
Not the one I would have chose.
Hubert Humphrey.
Curious, sir, good evening. You came in for the prince.
And the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
The Lulu.
We pass.
Minnesota passes.
Yeah, that is a... Republicans have repeatedly called me a child groomer, a pedophile, libtard,
You cast your vote.
demon rat. Like, the right wing is so hateful.
State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the Red Clay Hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special...
What do you mean last option? Man, Kamala Harris getting ready to kick everybody's ass.
Benny T. Thompson.
Aw, thank you, Prometheus.
With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Miss Kamala Harris.
You want feet pics of me?
Tonight is a celebration of love. A celebration.
I'll put them on Patreon if you'll subscribe. Yeah, AK, we're delusional. You apparently support somebody who lost by 3 million votes the first time, 8 million votes the second time, and you're confident he's going to win. You are fucking stupid.
Missouri Democrats.
Learn to feel embarrassment.
Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman.
We will.
Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will.
You'll cry and say the election was stolen.
Our voters will reclaim reproductive freedom.
Humiliation King, indeed.
Votes of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim.
Oh, but Torchy, you don't understand. The Jewish teenagers that this guy knows in New York are actually going to break for Trump, and it's going to swing New York for Trump. It's going to be a landslide. Quesadilla, good evening.
Tana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the
Kanye, I tell you good evening.
Montana, on behalf of Big
American Woman. How are you not going to use Frank Zappa's Montana?
Place in these United States.
Moving to Montana soon. Yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay.
Future generation.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate vote.
Did you really just say if Kamala wins, we're going to war? What? AK, you should go read the DNC nominating guidelines. No shit, we're going to... How do you guys... You guys just make shit up.
Nebraska, home of 4
Trump is literally working against a ceasefire right now.
And Willa Cather.
Because he says it will benefit Democrats.
Oh boy.
But we're going to war because Kamala wins.
And the quality of life.
That doesn't make any sense.
Capital of Husker.
Yeah, there's no ceasefire because Trump is making sure that Bibi doesn't accept one.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, but we will protect the blue dot.
Kamaha.
We are ready for it. Nebraska proudly casts our 34 votes.
It's not hilarious, it's true. Oh my god, CHD. Do you not see, like, you come in here and talk about hatefulness and you're like, all the illegals that have come into the country. Seriously, you're the hateful one. We got the killers. Because they're fucking Mormon. What graphic did you pick?
As a survivor.
Oh, don't time him out now.
American history.
Sky Comet, please stop being so
Gun violence.
ready to time people out and ban people.
Second graders and assault rifles. No more stolen lives.
Right wingers are morons.
Shattered families. As vice president, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state.
Well, it's also factually incorrect because most of the people that have migrated during the Biden administration have been seeking asylum, which is perfectly legal.
Diverse battleground state
They're going through a legal process.
The late, great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine.
So to call them illegals is just factually incorrect.
And we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As Nevada's first black woman chair, I proudly deliver the silver
Well, of course, Trump thinks asylum has something to do with Hannibal Lecter.
of the United States of America.
Yes, humans can't be illegal. Hey, Curiouser, I hear Journey.
New Hampshire. How do you cast your votes?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell,
Fair enough, MILF, but also I'm the one with the microphone.
home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire.
I love trolling people.
Strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building.
Don't stop be weeding. Hold on, I need to go take a tinkle.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce our youngest delegate, Aliana Hope Manzour.
Oh, you weren't telling me to stop with the white savior bullshit. You said just stop. I thought you said, Justin, stop with the white savior bullshit.
Great.
I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
New Hampshire, cast all 34 of our votes for our next black woman and first South Asian president, Kamala
Today we come together as one.
And Brucey boy.
Under one groove.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to run to the bathroom real fast.
No matter where you are,
I'll
represent
be right back.
with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey. How do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late, great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win.
The song is a protest song.
We win. When we fight, we win.
New Mexico. How do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches!
I feel like it rings true with current events, doesn't it, Mox?
With our delegates from the land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico.
Is this about like shoring your job and shit like that?
Respect women, love our land, our water, our blue skies, our green chili, and our sunsets. We are proud to cast 45 votes
green beans. In New York. I hate pickles.
How do you cast your vote?
They always spend all their time asking what is a woman, but never how is a woman.
Mr. Secretary,
I'm sorry that you hate that, and I hate that I hate it.
from the great state of New York,
I love cooking.
not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across.
But I could never be a chef because there's pickles. I can't do anything pickled.
Of the country.
Unless you're missing like a whole flavor profile.
As governor of the greatest state that ever existed.
All pickled anything. I can't do the pickled thing because I love cucumbers.
From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights movement.
It's just pickles.
The birthplace of the LGBTQ movement. To Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement.
I don't really like beer, Lord. Remember, I was saying I usually do like an apple cider. I like something sweet.
Great progressive movements. We are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are the birthplace.
I'll drink a beer if it's ice fucking cold.
Geraldine Ferraro.
That may have actually been Spike Lee.
Hillary Clinton.
Is it?
And that's what
It's New York? Yeah, it is Spike Lee.
I am so proud to cast 298 votes to make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States of America.
Curious, were you here when Little John came out? Like, this has been fucking awesome. Cringe, but awesome at the same time. Yeah, when Georgia did their nomination, like, Little John came out, did a whole song.
My name is Anderson Clayton. I have the honor
Well, of course you would, Mox. Everybody else is having fun.
country, and North Carolina is the home of folks like Anthony Hamilton. Yeah, Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone. We represent a new South, and we are proud to be that again this year by electing Josh Stein.
Do you guys not see how you're coming in here and ruining the vibes? Like, you're calling us the party of hate. But you're coming in here like trying to like you do your best to be like annoying little kids. Don't you find that odd?
31 votes to the phenomenal Kamala Harris.
Oh, it's okay, Sky Comet. The spam filter will get it.
North Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
I'm sorry, Josephus.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC roll call, and tonight, you're...
Listen, baby.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Is that where Marvin Gaye was from?
Good day, Tiro, and hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people.
Yeah, Dougie, there's something I don't like about Shapiro.
The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris Walls!
I gotta bag another one.
Ohio, how do you cast your vote?
Oh, hi, Maud.
Know how to make history. We put a man.
Is that true?
We are the founding home of the AF.
Doggone, can I get a verification on that?
We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points.
They did do that.
Sharon Brown back to the U.S. Senate.
Bro didn't hear me do the story about RFK wanting to drop out and endorse Trump earlier.
First woman.
God damn. Right-wingers are morons.
Mr. Secretary, we cast one vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Chat, we'll tell you, we covered that already.
Oklahoma.
This is Garth, isn't it? Fuck, it's gonna get me taken down off of YouTube. Fuck.
We fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future.
Garth's a bitch. I mean, not Garth, but whatever record label or whatever.
And our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes
This ain't going down till the sun comes up.
our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oh, fuck yeah. One of my favorite bands of all time. Modest Mouse.
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
I did this the third time I saw him. I went nuts when I heard it.
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And Haley, from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
Probably Pearl Jam.
And where we believe that reproductive rights are human rights, Oregon cast 78 votes for Kamala Harris.
Exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm glad we got a couple of right-wingers in here. Like, guys. We watched the Libertarian Convention. We watched the Republican Convention. And, like, God, those are a bunch of losers. There's still a bunch of losers here, but, like, it's a lot cooler.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, how do you cast your vote?
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is America.
But you can't play this kind of music because you'll piss off the fucking neo-Nazis that support the Republicans.
Legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers. I took this seat in 2009 when my sister was murdered. I wanted to do better. 15
That's fair, Mox. It was a clusterfuck.
It's been under my watch. I'm grateful.
Black and yellow, black and yellow.
I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania.
Why is this a Pennsylvania song?
In this room, I love this state. Thank you.
Yeah, Drake. Fucking, I love having Republicans here, but they all like. There's your Josh Shapiro.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of democracy, the birthplace of freedom, the greatest Commonwealth of all, Together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
They started streaming about 20 minutes ago. Here's a face-off with cops and protesters. I'll keep an eye on it.
Puerto Rico, how do you cast your votes?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory known as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and the next state of the United States, has its 60 votes.
Is this Camila Cabello? This should be the next state.
De ascendencia asiática y caribeña, que será presidenta de los Estados Unidos.
Oh, it's like Pitbull.
DNC, let's go!
Despacito.
They're coming now.
AK, chill the fuck out. Like, why are you trying to, like, come in here and convince us?
1, 2, 1.
Like, usually you could call in and argue with me. You know, we're doing the DNC convention.
Rhode Island, how do you cast your vote?
I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House.
Is this supposed to be Outcast?
State. But we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm.
Brother, we watched the RNC and that was a bunch of losers.
We continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast one vote.
Oh, it's Swift. Oh, okay. There you go.
For the next
Was it Pennsylvania?
United States, Kamala Harris.
Pennsylvania's where she grew up. But it was Rhode Island. What the, huh?
South Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal.
She had a Christmas tree farm in Pennsylvania. That's where she grew up.
I'm Crystal Spain, chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hello from the great state of South Carolina. Where
Get on up.
President, the home of the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison, the home of the first Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman, the home of the national basketball champions, the mighty Lady Gamecocks. I'm Senator Margie Bright Matthews, one
She said Lady Cox.
senators, and John F. Kennedy Profiles and Courage Award winner. We stopped the total abortion ban in South Carolina.
Literally a radical dull.
She has the courage to fight and will fight.
You know what the word radical and dull mean? You know what the word literally means?
Not going back.
How worry about you, AK?
We're going forward on reproductive rights. We're going forward on voting rights. We're going
Radically, well,
hate crimes. Forward with a prosecutor and not
I
a
resist. Thank you for the resub. We've only made it to the S's. When I was going to the bathroom, I was like, oh God, they're only on the ends. The words are kind of antithetical.
Chante Washte Nabe.
Jezebel, good evening.
Beautiful Lakota language. That means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart. That is the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here.
That's what I like about you.
Still here. Let me tell you what a Kamala Harris presidency will mean for me.
I'm sorry I've lost control of the ads as well. Oh God, you guys are so nice to me.
Better access to health care and a quality education.
I don't feel sexy.
And it is the
at all.
Win on November 5th when we elect Kamala Harris.
7 or 8 years ago, I was probably at my peak sexiness in my life.
state of-
Or at least how I felt.
Be part of such a historic moment in our country.
I was probably best looking when I was like young, suit and tie,
and ranchers.
short hair.
Celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures, where natural beauty can be seen from the Big Sioux River to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
Cast all 20 of our votes.
I love the community I built here.
Harris, who will soon be known.
Even you, AK. Prometheus, I touched grass today. We were talking about how nice it was outside. Oh, they did Dolly. I figured it'd be Rocky Top for sure. Oh, this DJ's fire.
You cast your votes.
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll, hometown to the blues, the home of 7 HBC.
I don't mind. I like being self-deprecating.
The right to vote.
From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement
3-6 Mafia.
love in Tennessee is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to
This is Justin. God, I can't remember what his last name was.
periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down
You're going to see him in Congress eventually as well.
in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream.
Justin Jones.
So proud to have been the first state in the union to have pledged all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris.
We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States, Kamala D. Harris.
Party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on.
Buck's accused of becoming too black.
TNC, party people, come on.
This ain't no Texas. Is this Texas?
How do you cast your vote?
Oh, they're just sucking up to Kamala.
Hello, Chicago! I'm Eva Longoria from Corpus Christi, Texas, home of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here to introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism.
I've never cared about a wedding or wanted a wedding or anything.
The governor of Texas
I've been to too many.
passing it on to
Is that his actual name or did I fuck it up?
Kate Cox.
Can we verify that it's Justin Jones?
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have 2 beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But what
AK, my friend.
doctors told us
Chill. Well, the song's called Texas Hold'em.
if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about
Like, AK has been going on and on about Poles and Jewish people for hours. Just give it a rest, dude, and chill out. Take it in. Hang out with us. Instead of trying to dominate the chat, see what the chat's talking about and chat with them.
just in time to see Kamala Harris.
Oh, Justin Parson. Okay, Pearson.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and as the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans.
It's not a battleground state yet.
3 votes present.
It will be.
163 votes for freedom.
Possibly next presidential cycle.
To serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
God damn it, did somebody time him out again? Stop being so strict on timeouts and bans.
Utah.
We loosey-goosey in here.
Utah, home of 8 tribal nations.
I will fight you.
The Beehive State, the host of the 2034 Winter
You and I have never fought. We have never had any kind of...
youngest and fastest growing state.
I mean, we fought, but it wasn't like, you know...
battleground state.
What did he say? Did he say something worthy of it?
Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes.
Who did, like, you've never thrown something at me or anything like that. It's never like been scary fighting. It's just been like bickering. Okay, everybody says it was bad.
Vermont, how do you cast your vote?
Vermont.
Mox, did he deserve to be timed out? You'll tell me the truth.
We even have a teacher as our congresswoman. And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution. As someone with significant learning disabilities, I know the value of investing in every single child. We are proud.
It's disgusting, and it would definitely hurt the feelings
24 votes
of some of my friends that have had abortions.
are not going back.
So let me get a consensus from the chat. Should a comment like that be allowed? Just timed him out. Yeah, I guess.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Mr.
Things might be heating up over here with the cops.
Call the Virgin Islands of the United States our home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the fire-burned queen. We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
AK, if you're still in here, and you're probably not.
Caribbean, the place where the sun rises first in America.
What, you're trying to purposely provoke people. Why you gotta do that? Just be chill.
Are strong, resilient, and committed.
Joey, good evening.
To vote for the next president of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris.
Fair enough, Drake. But I also don't want you to be too strict.
The Commonwealth of Virginia, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary,
This is Timberland, right?
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine.
Where's Caney Boy?
The House of Representatives with 6 hard-working Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly.
I think it's...
We all
Is it Nelly Furtado or is it Justin Timberlake?
represented by 25,000
I'm loving you, Drake.
most
Love the Drake.
union workers who build freedom.
I don't know which song it is. I don't think it's all three. I don't think they did a song together. It's definitely a Timberland beat. But it's a Justin Timberlake song.
Virginia.
It's a Nelly Furtado song. I don't think it's a Nelly Furtado song.
Tim Kaine.
Because I think I'd know it if it was.
Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 100
Fair enough, Jezebel. You're correct about that.
President Kamala Harris.
I've been loosey goosey with the rules. We're finally getting towards the end. Intentionally easy to defeat.
How do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the state
Washington totally did not get grunge music.
of the blue walls.
Oh, so it's not either Justin Timberlake or Nelly. It's just Timberland.
First South Asian woman leading a state party. Am honored to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101 votes for Vice President Kamala Davy Harris.
I love Pramila Jayapal. My leftists think she's gone too shit-lib. recognize this song.
West Virginia, how do you cast your votes?
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. And
I don't think it's Country Roads.
I am the oldest of the delegates in West Virginia.
Aw.
83-year-olds that I know are spending time with their grandchildren or traveling. But I'm here, suited up and ready to battle. Because I will not, I repeat, I will not let everything
Oh, it is? And I just
for
I don't recognize it without the lyrics.
by Donald Trump.
My name is Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old.
Youngest delegate.
The youngest delegate.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah. I'm suited up and ready for battle because I will not let my freedoms and my future be taken away by Donald Trump.
Kids are all right.
That's why we're proud to cast West Virginia's 24 delegates for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
That is the oldest delegate and the youngest delegate. That's cool.
My name is DJ Cassidy. Now, are you?
DJ Cassidy. West Virginia, last one? Oh, no. There's several W's. We got like a Wyoming.
My home state of Wisconsin, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger, Jason Ray, for all your good
You
work.
did get insane in the membrane.
As a proud governor
Oh, no, this is Jump Around.
of the Green Bay,
This is insane in the membrane. I'm sorry.
we're home of the Wisconsin Badgers.
I got it. I corrected myself. Thank you. Thank you.
Home of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Milwaukee Bucks.
You're the same group. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Senator.
Wait, who is this then?
And our great congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan.
Oh, this is House of Pain, isn't it?
Here because
No, Cypress Hill is insane in the membrane.
to announce that Wisconsin cast one vote present and 94 votes were for, where are we at?
It's not crisscross.
Here.
They will not make you jump, jump, jump.
Tonight.
Is this House of Pain? Okay, yeah.
Oh my God.
Fucking House of Pain is cool.
94 votes for.
Oh, is he? I guess he hasn't made any music.
I'll get there, Jason. I'll get there.
Are they different eras?
For.
Oh, they're different. I thought it said different eras. Like, no, it's like the same time period, isn't it?
And
there's never too much cheese.
States of America.
Never too much cheese. I am white. Super white.
Wyoming, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state.
Now listen here, Conrad Thompson.
Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize
I don't care what you have to say.
and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States. Say it with me now, Kamala Harris!
AKA coming in here and says there's literally nothing democratic about the process as he's watching people literally casting their votes. Insane.
The great state of Minnesota. How do you cast your vote?
Hello, Minnesota!
Oh, we got a different Prince song this time.
My name is Hans Storbeck, and Tim Walz was my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. If you've ever been in high school, you know that.
It's going to be California Love for California the second time.
He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of
They held him off to last because Tim Walz is from Minnesota.
time to attend my brother's funeral,
And then we're going to go to California.
it means the world to my family. He's
Walz may come out here.
And that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me...
For Minnesota.
There you go. 14 years in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walsh is unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's
Hey, several of you were registered Democrats. Didn't many of you vote for the Biden-Harris ticket in the primary?
Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns. And I'm
Oh, Amy.
from the great state of Minnesota, the home of the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Fair enough. There was an uncommitted movement, and my chat would be prone to
10 votes present, and we deliver 81 votes.
support the uncommitted movement.
And Tim Walz.
I don't consider myself I'm a Bernie Sanders. I'm like an independent that hangs out with the Dimmies. Oh no, it's not California Love. I'm not a Klobuchar stan. I was getting ready to mock her.
California, how do you cast your vote?
My name's Governor Gavin Newsom.
Oh, there it is. California.
Great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state like our nation of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And
as far as I know, Sky Comet is the most Libby Democrat, yes.
Across every conceivable and imaginable difference.
Oh, fuck yeah, Kendrick.
We pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name.
This was just about 12 years old, Mox.
I saw that star. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic.
Princess Kimberly. This was just a couple months old. There you go.
Brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights.
They are.
For women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing. And that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
Maxine bogs him out. Yes, the much better politician took center stage.
everyone who participated in our celebratory roll call. Delegates, please know how critical you are to this process, both now.
If it pops off, we'll take the
virtual roll call.
We'll take the protest.
I am thrilled to reaffirm Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States.
I don't know, against Harris, I don't think any of those. DeSantis wouldn't have won against Harris. Nikki Haley wouldn't have won against Harris.
Rules of procedure, Vice President Kamala Harris has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which she will give on Thursday, August 22nd.
Haley would have been the best shot they had. That would have been the most interesting matchup.
Special surprise. It's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, did she have a campaign event earlier today? Because she was there. Came out last night. Was she at a relive right now? At her rally?
Good evening, Milwaukee.
That's kind of cool. Oh, that's some shade.
Joining us from exciting Chicago, the delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call.
Now that's cool.
And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America.
She don't look fake. You think we fell off a coconut tree?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America.
Benny, I love the fact that you keep chiming in with that. Keeps me grounded, my friend.
And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
I said I've been looking for a mommy. Apparently what I really needed was a mamala.
Welcome, TV personality.
Now that's cringe.
Proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
That's what I'm saying. She was from the location of the RNC. She should have Anthony Hopkins campaign with her.
So tell me, are you excited? Wow, what energy, what a moment. I have to tell you, I will never stop being the little refugee girl who came to this country at the age of 8. Thank you for inviting.
Especially like Halloween, right before the election.
Welcome to the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
That would be awesome if she does like an appearance with Hannibal Lecter himself.
I know. She is legitimately a joyful, optimistic leader. She cares about policy, yes, but she also cares about people and how that policy affects real people, not just the members of Mar-a-Lago. And you know what else? Kamala Harris, she likes dogs. And my dog, Cha-Cha, likes her. Dogs are good judges of character. So are cats. We cannot elect a president who does not like dogs.
He's never that I got involved in politics that I know of. But I would just assume that he's liberal because he's a smart man.
Let's be serious. Donald Donald Trump and his minions call Kamala a communist. I know communism. I fled communism from Nicaragua when I was 8 years old.
Do you guys want to hear this?
Lightly. And let me tell you what communist dictators do. And it's never just for one day. They attack the free press. They call them the enemy of the people, like Ortega does in Nicaragua. They put their unqualified relatives in cushy government jobs so they can get rich of their positions, like the Castro.
Kelly, good evening.
And they refuse to accept legitimate elections when they lose and call for
my problem is they conflate authoritarianism
in Venezuela
with communism.
Now you tell me something.
One is a governmental system and one is a economic system. You know, the Sandinistas nuts.
Is there anybody running for president?
See, Anthony Hopkins is appalled and confused.
And I know
he would campaign with Harris.
That is not the America we love. It's not the land of freedom we treasure. Last night, we heard President Biden say,
all right, you can ban him. That's rank misogyny.
His country more. Every American needs to love our country more. Every American has the duty to put our
warlords.
Country first before party. Country first before political ambition.
Overlord, are you still in here? We're going to have the Battle of the Lords.
Election, putting
he was Lord of the Chat.
Means one thing and one thing only, voting for Kamala Harris. And that is what this night is about.
Oh yeah, we got an M-Lord too.
We're going to talk about tonight.
Mr. Mystery.
Let's get it started. Let's get this fiesta going.
We can have a Lord Battle Royal.
The ayes are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed. And the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted. The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion to proceed is agreed to. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the bill as amended is passed.
The example. The whole world is watching us right now. The whole world is watching. And they saw that bullshit yesterday, too. That permitted fucking parade. Bullshit fucking parade. Well, these people who are responsible for a fucking genocide are in a fucking building, in our city, in our fucking town. And they do nothing. We must struggle against the enemy. They are the enemy. We are the people. These are our streets. We must move on these motherfuckers like they're the enemy they are. Free Palestine! 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 Free Palestine!
Yeah, I thought that was the better way to go, right? Instead of the
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
instead of the DNC audio over the protest. I decided to go the other way with it. It just really started up, DJ Dub. I don't think that, I think this is like an unofficial protest.
We're moving back.
And they've got the cops lined up.
Let's see what happens. Police lines on both corners. Police are on the sidewalks too, along the street here.
You're seeing it, Warlord.
All right, this could get ugly. So please make sure you are sharing this. All right, get this out there. If you are not
yeah, you'd think it was an insurrection.
All right, we have been on the ground.
That's why I didn't think they'd fucking take the Capitol. I woke up thought I was going to go about, normal congressional business.
So make sure you are subscribed. Become a member. Statuscoup.com/join.
I'm subscribed. Thank you, Status Coup, for your coverage. You're the only one that's got the coverage. Absolutely. Plug Status Coup.
Remember to share this video.
Bring it in. We're getting tight over here. Look, the fucking 10 yards out. The fucking 10 yards out.
We have a line of police on this side now.
Are you ready?
You're boxing him in.
Forward! Forward! Forward!
Make no mistake. I guess
I think they're getting better about organizing and not letting grifters in.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Like the college protests were highly organized.
Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Free Palestine. The butchers are that way. You motherfuckers are protecting the fucking genocide.
Oh God.
Of the world. The rapists of the world. You are on the wrong side of history.
Oh fuck, yeah, somebody shout out Status Quo's Twitch channel. I don't know that I'm subscribed. Shout it out so I can. A123, yes, we absolutely realize that. We're not fucking stupid. Yeah, everybody in the chat's like, hey, yeah, we know. I mean, Trump is worse. Prometheus. Orange Man is mad, and that's funny. That was also good. Yeah, and people keep saying she's more left than Marx. We have heard that. I mean, objectively. Don't make me point to the sign. I'll do it.
Easy. Let's go. Watch the curve. There's a curve here. Watch the curve. Watch the curve.
Did you ban him? Damn it.
This way.
Is anybody sad they're missing Chuck Schumer? No, don't let Curious or Bernie's next.
American history. I want my grandkids and all grandkids to never face discrimination because of who.
If he got banned, unban him.
But Donald Trump.
But Bernie's next.
Peddles anti-Semitic stereotypes.
I didn't figure.
He invited a white supremacist to Mar-a-Lago. And unfortunately, his prejudice goes in all directions. He fuels Islamophobia and issued a Muslim ban as president.
This is looking hairy over here.
Tonight, folks, I am wearing this blue square to stand up to anti-Semitism, to stand up to all hate.
Yeah, also, Curiouser, you might not want to leave because
our grandchildren,
it could get wild.
Their race, no matter their creed, their gender, or family, deserve better than Donald Trump's American carnage. So, are you ready to make sure Donald Trump never gets near the White House again?
313.
So let's elect Kamala Harris.
Good evening.
And a Democratic majority in the Senate, and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
Oh, God. I hope nothing happened to status quo.
Together, we will build what I call
we're back.
Opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my...
If they're close to the convention center, just because there's a lot, or I mean the United Center,
in effect,
which I think they're outside of.
Everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. It will mean...
It probably is affecting the, cell phone usage, just because there's so many goddamn people.
Plan would cost...
You've ever been to like a sporting event or a concert, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
The Affordable Care Act, which 45 million...
There's also the possibility of cell jammers.
He plans to give...
But usually it's just a big event. There's just a lot of people.
He plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion. That if you want to know who someone cares...
Who's Hassan streaming?
Who they fight for.
Why are you watching Hassan?
Insulin at $35 a month, and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need, and by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class. More than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut by restoring the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit.
You trying to share links up in here. You didn't want to be a mod. You wanted your sword taken away from you.
We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life.
Flashy's running for re-election.
To chart a new way forward, I will fight to give money back to working and middle-class Americans. Increase the security and stability financially of your family and expand
Prometheus wants the sword.
And middle-class Americans.
Prometheus, okay, because I want you to pin chats. You got it.
Please,
you get a sword.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you.
Welcome our newest cop.
Thank you.
A cab to postmodern Prometheus.
My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office.
You didn't see Little John, Warlord.
A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within
they had Little John. Yeah!
Office, our government did respond.
Completely over then.
We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history.
It's odd to hear him talk about
rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevent
what he has accomplished,
homeowners from being evicted,
as opposed to like what you fuckers should do.
Established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain Trump's gonna lose.
Union workers and retirees from being slashed by a
but like 85-15, I'd say.
Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over.
I mean, anything can happen.
It expanded child tax credit.
Someone asked me if I felt it would be a blowout.
President Biden, thank you, Vice President Harris, thank you, Democratic Congress.
It's going to be as big of a blowout as it can be. More people are going to vote for Kamala. A lot more, millions. Probably like about 5 million if I had to if you had to put a gun to my head.
One simple point. When the political will is there,
but will it be enough in the right states and the right counties?
Effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to.
I think Republicans lose the House.
Will again. Because
I think the Senate comes down to the presidency.
Our fellow Americans are.
I don't see any of the Democratic incumbents losing.
To put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line.
Tesla's still been up in polls.
An economy that
I think there was one poll that came out this week that had him down 1 point or something.
Billionaire class.
Is that the Sheehy dude? Yeah, that's the one seat they're going to lose, and it's going to be 50-50. That's what it comes down to. Who wins the presidency?
Paycheck to paycheck. The top 1% have never, ever had.
What'd you do?
Good. And these oligarchs tell
I don't think Tester loses.
We shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision.
Yeah, I'll make you a deal. Abuse your privilege all you want, but every now and again, will you put up my YouTube channel?
Well,
or my TikTok or some shit?
Some bad news for them.
I didn't think Val Demings had a shot. You're right, Mox. You got me there.
That is precisely what we are going to do.
What'd she end up losing by?
And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my
Oh God, yeah, she lost by like
at the very top
16 points.
to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process.
Oh God, I don't know if I have my TikTok program.
Both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need
They have just pissed away Florida.
to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions.
Oh God, Bernie, don't get COVID.
And benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025.
I like that A123 got more than suspicious.
Inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical.
You are suspicious. Sus as fuck.
Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR.
So far, everything's peaceful.
Much, much more remains to be done. We
Justin, good evening.
summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice.
You have been marked as suspicious.
Home and abroad. Abroad. We must end this horrific war in Gaza.
Yes. Look at all the Jewish people clapping.
Hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire.
Yes. The not Jewish people don't look too enthused.
At home right here.
An arms embargo now.
Let's take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people.
Yeah, what is Big Egg?
Fifth,
Borkles will be upset about that.
Kamala Harris,
You want to take on Big Egg.
and let us go forward to create the nation.
Well, he might have said Big Ag. It's been Big Agriculture.
Thank you all very much.
If I had to guess, that's what it was. Big ass. It's the euphemism.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Oh yeah, Pritzker. People.
Fellow Democrats, welcome to Chicago.
Oh, we froze up over here. It's still looking on the edge of Harry.
In a proud blue state, our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States.
Are you talking about the DNC, the protesters, or my chat? You gotta be more specific, Prometheus.
And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too. Now, one president we will never...
So far, so good, but all it takes is one thing. This is a powder keg.
...nominated in Milwaukee last month.
What the fuck?
Called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally.
Well, that can't be good.
I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing.
Do you want me to go back to Pritzker, Ducky?
In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested
I love you, Dub.
in energy and the jobs it
Tell him.
brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald, well, Donald told us to inject bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire.
Oh, goddamn. Shit's popping off.
Stupidity. Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have.
But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away.
You don't want the anti-freedom, you want the Antifa.
Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans...
Yeah, fuck Pritzker, we'd still send him to the boards.
Not the fear that it might be...
But he's a good politician for us.
Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random...
He gets to be useful to us until he hits the wall.
AR-15.
Right. Scully, right.
Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful.
If we're going to rough up criminals, let's rough up Trump.
Let's be clear. It's not woke.
What smells meat cakes?
Growth. It's weird.
Flash is a Fed, but that's cool. He's a cool Fed.
Weird. They're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies.
We're on Unicorn Riot, by the way, now.
And not for everyday working people.
Shout out to Unicorn Riot.
That includes a secure
If
retirement.
somebody on Twitch wants to shout them out, that'd be awesome.
We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump...
Flash called me out.
After all, everything he's achieved in his own life...
That's exactly what a Fed would say.
Someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society.
Libertad, good evening.
Create for it. Americans want policies that give every American
The crowd is dispersing.
make it to the middle class. They want
It seems like we're at least going to have like a handful of arrests.
Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday
Will it go any further than that?
More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little...
Cops are getting more and more
The
aggressive.
serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country...
Motherfuckers talk about serenity as we're watching the police get ready to mow down some protesters.
And
Serenity now. Serenity now.
women to clean up messes without the authority and the
Dougie.
to make
Jigs.
the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America.
Let's hope not, Flash.
Go get him!
A123, I'm glad you gave me the follow. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Please welcome former chair and CEO of American Express and
Boo.
managing director
Boo.
Ken Chenault.
Who? This is what Unicorn Rides.
And
it's interesting. They're not as organized. They're not as lawfully abiding for better or worse, whatever their tactics are, whatever their goals are, than the protest yesterday, which really followed the the route that they asked the city for. So not a lot of gas. No, I haven't seen the batons taken, but.
We're currently outside the DNC.
So
I think they're moving them away from the United Center area.
Of the police.
I think, frankly, I'm really cynical about the CPD's ability to resist using violence. So I'm surprised by how little violence there has been.
Yeah, honestly.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
It's because it's the DNC.
You just heard a key factor at the end was ready for the violence of the Chicago police, but yet surprised at how little violence they specifically have. They've specifically have doled out. They have doled out violence. Again, they've been violent certain times and certain people, but they have not pulled out the batons to beat everybody in the head.
Well, then when's Trump gonna,
Chicago 68.
do the Harry Carey?
Back up, guys. Just a little bit of forward, thank you. I appreciate it. Back up. Hold on.
I'm fucking it up. It's a Harukari.
To move back. And we have another police line right here on the corner of Monroe and Canal. Press let them through, as we've just been told.
Press, let's go, press.
That's why I say, hey man, I shot. It's some freaking merch.
G is coming out.
Harry Carey was the Cubs announcer. I still probably fucked up the word,
cannot tell
Harukari.
There are in there.
Harukari?
At least a dozen.
Harakiri. That's probably it. I like Harry Carey better.
So again, there's a
seppuku is like something about honor in Japan, isn't it?
Building on Canal Street in Monroe. The greenhouse.
Hold on. There's the seppuku is like you've been dishonored or something.
Police violence and the police reactions. And the police are now making more moves, a little bit more of a melee going on. So again,
Harukuri is a ritual suicide by disembowelment with a sword when disgraced or under sentence of death. Also called seppuku.
A monopod. So we do have at least one arrest.
I guess they're interchangeable.
And they're going to demask him before he comes out. They just demasked him.
Same thing then, okay.
They pulled up his hat, they pulled off his keffiyeh, and then demasked him. So this officer down here.
Sudoku! Oh, Mr. Spronk, I totally missed what you said. Fucking great joke.
So that's
we're on Unicorn right now.
They've been doing that to other folks. They demask them before they bring them through the line of press. At least two.
I didn't know they were the same thing. I thought there was a difference between them.
Group. These are all youth that are getting arrested, it seems.
Just random protesters.
Younger than 30.
Hey, what's your name?
The Secret Service right now is going through his pockets.
The Secret Service? I don't think it's, it is Secret Service.
Who's on the press now, pushing them off of...
Wild. Oh, fuck.
And the police are probably making further arrests down there, as it looks like they're pushing other people.
Trump should do it live on the telly.
So again, sort of bum rushes by the police all through the night. This is not.
Oh my God, Minty!
Get names.
It's only seppuku. It comes from the seppuku region of Japan. Otherwise, it's just sparkling Harukari. That's why I say hey man, I shot, which was amazing live. I've seen Filter twice. The first time was at a festival.
Again, right
at a big amphitheater.
That's some violence happening. We can definitely see some violence happening.
Yeah, yeah.
A little melee. Again, we can't really tell what's going on.
The second time was in a club, and it was so much better, and I was like front row. It was awesome.
It's definitely a lot of arrests. Like they're clearly getting people down on the ground. They're clearly trying to get them grabbed. Like that's what's going on here. It has to be. There's senior officers. We can see them standing above everything, directing everything.
There's multiple other arrests off to the left. They just took more folks. Actually, they took an elder man right there, and then 2 other.
We're gonna keep an eye on the protest. Don't worry.
Obamacare.
Right here on Canal and Monroe Street. There's multiple other arrests happening right now.
People have moved farther west up on that sidewalk on the ledge of the building with the flag up there. I'll try to get that. There we go. They're back there by that window. That's like a group of people that hasn't been taken yet. And then directly to their left, like on that hill, that's where like a bunch of senior officers been making directions of this. And then yeah. And then police. Okay, yeah, it looks like they're moving more arrestees. I think they're moving arrestees to that bus. Yeah, okay, there's another arrestee.
They're sitting them all down in the middle.
You know, that's a great fucking idea. Thank you, whoever said that.
At least so far.
Redeem their points.
The officers are moving in further to where Dan was just speaking about where people were, where they had moved to from that stanchion in the middle. And the police are bringing more arrests from this central area out to the center of the street here.
I believe this is the Mexico governor.
Grisham, governor of the great state of New Mexico.
Michelle Lujan Grisham.
And in my state, we like things spicy, a little chili on everything.
Well, I've been looking for a mommy.
In our camp.
I like things spicy.
Let me tell you, we are feeling en fuego right now. We are fired up to elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. This election is about protecting our
Kamala would prosecute me for lusting after the governor of New Mexico.
To affordable, quality health care.
He looks like a gilf.
Now, this issue is personal to Vice President Harris, whose mom passed away after a battle with colon cancer. And it's personal to me. At 2 years old, my sister was diagnosed
Kamala hates horny people.
Incurable and made her uninsurable by the time she was 3. And
Nix agrees she's a gilf.
Across the country who know what it's like
you
when
live in
someone
sexual
they love
anarchy.
gets sick.
Well, not yet, Ducky. We got to edge for a while.
Our healthcare system, repeal the Affordable Care Act, and eliminate protections for pre-existing conditions. Either these guys don't get it, or they just don't care. You know who gets it? Kamala Harris gets it, and she...
I gotta make my partner come before me.
As Attorney General, she took on drug companies that jacked up prices.
If it's a female, I don't want to.
Overcharge.
If it's a woman, apparently female is
Republicans tried
expensive.
to kill the affordable.
If it's a woman, I don't want her to be disappointed.
Voting not just.
If it's a man,
but help.
if I come first, I might lose interest in him. But if I don't come, I'm going to really want his cum in my mouth.
Republicans from making our health care.
I got TMI probably.
She fights every day to make it better.
Does that make sense? Does that make me selfish?
I spent 20 years working to get Medicare the ability.
Wanting my partner to finish first for selfish reasons makes me selfish?
Kamala Harris delivered it.
It makes sense and it's shameful.
You know what Donald Trump delivered? Junk plans, higher premiums, and abortion bans.
Where else do you want somebody to come?
Don't think a second term would be worse.
Both men and women, come in my mouth, please.
Steaks to sell you.
Selfless acts, huh?
We have not just choice. America, we have the best choice.
I don't think I've ever admitted that to anybody.
Yes.
If I never said it, I think people would have always thought like, oh, like he's a selfless lover.
She'll cap drug costs.
But like with women, I just don't want to be embarrassed.
Price gougers and ensure
If they don't come a couple of times, then I like
reproductive health care.
But then once I make them come a couple of times, I'll get off. We're all good. Let's go play video games and smoke a bowl.
I want. And that's the president America needs. And with your help, that's the next president of the United States.
But also, like, I've got whatever the refractal rate or whatever they call it. I'm probably fucking that up.
Kamala Harris.
I'm good to go in another hour or two. Just go smoke a bowl with me and play some video games. Be a witch. See, I won't want to suck the dong if I've already gotten off.
I love you too.
At post-nut clarity.
Español, los quiero.
Oh, is Navarro the
mom,
the host?
Kamala's mom, got sick. When my mom died in 2021, Kamala called.
Go back to Unicorn Riot.
Something. Fucking idiots. Like, we're doing our fucking jobs. Also, I love Unicorn Riot, and I hope people watching to this donate money to you.
Yeah, she's got a Workers of the World shirt.
Here to cover fucking protests. We're doing that. They go one at a time. Hey, press, you need to go. There's no megaphone announcement like they did when they said we had to go one side of the street that was blocked off, and then everyone had to go the other way. There was no megaphone announcement. They were just, come on, press, come on. And then all of a sudden, the first person I see walked out of that crowd is a photographer who I know. And I start yelling, trying to find some kind of supervisor, white shirt, something.
Police are coming in behind us as well right now.
So what are they gonna do? Is this a fucking press protest now? Are they gonna crack our skulls now?
Yeah.
There's no protesters left. What are you gonna fucking do? You're gonna break the cameras? Document your brutality? We're still gonna document it. We still have mouths. We don't shut up just because you guys want us to. You fucking stupid.
What's wrong?
They arrested
Yeah, so there's more Chicago police coming down West Monroe Street toward Canal. Some have red vests, some have yellow. The ones in the red vests are also wearing white button-up t-shirts.
Dahlia Jane.
Still hundreds of law enforcement officers here.
FX? No. That's a no.
Doing what?
We're clearly in the middle of something.
And even press? It's a shame. It's actually diabolical.
If you want the Troll Patrol outside of the DNC, then sub and Patreon and all that good shit. I don't push that.
Never have a reason, no matter what.
But if I had funds, that's exactly what I would do.
Because they're already bending your rights in all types of directions. They know no matter what. They just want to throw them in jail for the DNC so that they can show Democrats that there's no pushback, but there is. It's just a facade.
Are there demands from the protesters today?
There are demands.
Watch my stupid shit.
To the constant bombardment that has been ongoing for over 400 days in Gaza, that have killed over 400,000 Palestinians. Literally, this is not the first time.
I need to hustle through the election.
This is the fourth time, and we are calling to stop our tax dollars.
I go hardcore on video production for my YouTube.
Government and stop being used to brutalize the American people. That's what we really want.
When the police ordered
Keep up a hardcore streaming schedule.
No, they told us to go into the crowd,
Maybe in 2028 I will be outside the DNC.
They wanted us to give them a reason to be.
Hopefully we won't still be protesting Israel.
Didn't give them a reason.
You mentioned
For the love of God.
Kamala Harris's coronation.
Hopefully we got some other thing to protest.
Do not. She just sent $20 billion in arms to Israel to bomb and murder more people in Gaza and in the West Bank. There is ongoing and consistent land theft for the past 76 years. This didn't happen in October. It's been happening since before 1948. And this
You will see a trash can on fire.
and no matter what, she will not follow them.
There are a few flags.
Zionism as if she was born a Zionist herself. And that's just what it is.
Do you have any statements about what's going on in the West Bank, not just Gaza?
Yes, I do. The bombardment and constant land theft of the West Bank and of all of Palestine, all of historic Palestine, has been going on since before 1948, since before the Nakba. And it is constant land thefts. There is constant checkpoints put up every single day, different places around the whole historic Palestine. There is curfews currently going on in the West Bank that prohibit Palestinians from moving to their house to work. People can't even move on with their lives and go about their lives normally in the West Bank because of the Israeli government and because of the funding the American government uses our billions of tax dollars to bombard us with.
Do you want to give us your name or no?
My name is Yolanda.
Thank you, Yolanda.
What is your response to how the police treated you all today?
It's actually sick that our taxpayer dollars are going to brutalize protesters and press instead of actually solving crime in the city of Chicago. Look how many officers are here today and look how many protesters there are. How much do you want to bet the crime rate has significantly went up while these police officers are literally wasting our money?
That's probably true.
Peaceful protesters. This is where our money is going to. Instead of solving crime.
People like me, thank you.
Well, that's fair enough.
People like me
Why do you keep trying to post links, you non-mod having motherfucker?
usually make it to the United States Senate, but they should. I'm the proud
Are you doing that on purpose?
of a housekeeper, Sarah Daisy, who
I don't think so.
raised 3 children in a 1-bedroom apartment. It was her dream to work in government to help people. That meant taking a typing test. But she didn't know how to type.
You don't see no shit.
Afford a typewriter.
I got links blocked.
She put a white piece of paper on the refrigerator and drew a keyboard on it. And
It would show if you were a moderator.
of that refrigerator and taught herself to type.
Yeah, you're shadow banned.
She took the test, passed it, and got
This is Senate candidate Angela Also Brooks.
am her legacy.
She's running against Larry Hogan in Maryland.
And tonight, I am a candidate for United States Senate from the great state of Maryland. I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother.
Are you saying no mods?
Imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris.
I've only gotten like one hype train ever.
Let me tell you about the Kamala I've
I think it was the night we watched the cops beat the shit out of that dude.
about her in 2009.
Is that horrible?
State's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record.
And then, like, the next question for everybody should be,
Child molestation.
which one, Justin? That doesn't narrow it down.
But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first of its kind
Oh, I don't think I ever got no golden Kappa.
track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders
I'm not sure, Prometheus.
training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result?
They took my job.
The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings.
Well, I don't remember there being a train my first night back. That's cool.
To congratulate me and ask how she could help.
Choo-choo.
She helped me bring back on track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up.
James from the internet.
Now a national model. Now,
I saw some of you in there in James's chat the other day, didn't I?
is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office.
Hopefully everything's died down with the protesters. I've still got it up over here.
Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator. We as a nation have...
All the way back in 2015.
Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything. Not the future, and certainly not that man.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
It's our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their...
It got a little hairy with the protests, but everybody's pretty much dispersed at this point.
Going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise.
Watch there be some clip from something Chucky Schumer said that goes viral that I didn't see because we were watching the protest.
Can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming.
Morning is broken.
Led by Kamala Harris.
I fucked that one.
Thank you so much.
Completely up. Chuck did a whole aristocrat style bit.
Please welcome Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think it was Drew Carey. Every time he did it, he was like, the aristocrats.
Good evening. I have a confession to make. I'm a lifelong Republican. So, I feel a little out of place tonight. But
Boo.
more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult. The cult of Donald Trump.
Oh, speaking of scabs,
First thing about public,
I think somebody asked why they were calling him a scab, and I mentioned that, you know, he had fake union workers at a rally.
White House.
No, he apparently crossed an IATSE line.
Trump made a lot of lofty
So
promises.
he really is a scab in the most literal sense of the word.
Secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing.
12 sons.
But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week. All because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community.
12 sons. I'm sure they're going to be very sorry they don't have your respect.
My hero
I know I'm very upset.
taught us to put country
I
over.
valued your opinion.
And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans.
Now I'm heartbroken.
We are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't.
I wouldn't go that far, Prometheus.
Behind.
So I agree with RFK that I think he could have took Biden and Trump in a debate with the brainworm back in.
The room where our.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
But once again, we're talking about a little more.
It's our dream to have.
Yeah, RFK's dropping out because he's ciphering votes from Trump.
Americans have turned to the miracle of IVF.
Siphoning votes from Trump.
Come true.
The fact that she was able to build a family, that's why I do what I do.
Sidewalk, raised platform of concrete.
This is the aftermath. To be honest, one of the people they interviewed described it as they were expecting more violence from the cops. There was violence, but they were prepared for a hell of a lot more, and they were surprised by the restraint.
In the white van to the left, in militarized uniforms.
No, I don't need it. Joey's correct.
SWAT or Secret Service. The one in the driver's seat just started laughing to himself.
You know what gerrymandering means? That's specifically about congressional districts. It has nothing to do with presidential politics. Please learn what you're talking about. Like, your ignorance is exhausting.
Meanwhile,
people that are just dipshits come in here and try to say shit instead of just listening. I'll teach you. I'll teach you, my friend. Or we'll learn together, too. I'm a dumbass about a lot of things. We will learn on this stream together, and we'll figure it all shit. What are you talking about gerrymandering? Democrats have gerrymandered congressional districts in places like New York and in Illinois.
I'm sending you a text.
I will salute Tammy Baldwin.
Hello, Chicago. You know, I went to war to protect America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when
Oh shit, Duckworth. Yes, I'm sorry.
dodging coward
Thank you, Mitochondria.
Trump tries to take away
What an insult to her.
Tries to take away my
What's a duck worth?
in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls.
Okay, if I grant you that RFK had all that shit done to him, that's not gerrymandering.
To me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care.
Shout out to you, Mr. Sprunk. We're so glad to have you here.
Years.
What do you think about the vibes over here with these leftists?
I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump.
I was getting ready to make fun of him, Flash, but then I saw it was you. Bunch of fucking weirdos, and that's the way we like it.
Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors.
They're pretty much just arresting journalists at this point, by the way.
And spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what
gerrymandered these
last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you. I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and where you're at it, out of the Oval Office too.
Do you have a number on arrest yet, DJ Dub?
Look.
Yeah, we saw Secret Service arresting somebody.
Was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance
But they're still arresting people, so.
on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds.
No, gerrymandering is specifically about congressional districts.
Punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve. It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
I vote that we let Duckworth kick Trump in the balls with one of her prosthetic legs.
This is my dad.
It's specifically about congressional races, my friend.
He was raised in Jersey, moved to LA.
Just one of Trump's balls or just one of her legs?
Barb and Mike. They think he walks on water. This is what he wore to his bar mitzvah. And here's
the sharpest one. I would assume she would wear some kind of special boot.
So he says. This is a photo McDonald's used when he...
¿Por qué no los dos?
It hung on our wall for years.
That mean why not two?
My dad is a lawyer. A really good one. My mom called him the crisis guy because he was everyone's first...
He looks like Adam Sandler there.
My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then he met Kamala, the blind date that would dramatically change all of our lives forever. It was my senior year of high school. Ella and I would laugh watching them fall in love, acting.
A blind date.
In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president. It felt like Doug was a bit out of place on Capitol Hill. I thought, what's the goofy dad doing here? But he embraced it. He left his practice.
That's exactly who they need to win in this election, DJ Dub. That's exactly who they need to win.
To stand by her side, an example of true partnership. I just got married myself, and he's inspired me as a new husband. Anyone who gets close to him knows he's kind, loving, and fiercely protective. I mean, just look at his face. This is my dad, the first second gentleman in the history of this nation. He's found his voice around the issues that matter to him.
You have no choice but to speak up and speak out.
There is an epidemic of hate, including a crisis of anti-Semitism in our country and around the world.
What they are doing.
Oh, Katie Britt, that woman's hilarious.
Is just outrageous.
And next, he's gonna make history again as the first gentleman.
I hope he does.
For everyone to get to know why we all love him. He's the glue that keeps this family together. We might not look like other families in the White House.
They seem so normal.
All families in America.
Please welcome my dad, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug M.
She's cringe in a mom trying to impress her friends way. New Radicals.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there.
Well, my friend, by every metric, the economy, the rich people that run the economy, they're doing fantastic.
And a special shout out.
They always do fantastic under Democrats.
My mother is the only person in the whole world who...
And now the Democrats are going to start to pay attention to labor. It's amazing.
And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a...
It's gerrymandering because they all have the same sign.
I love you so much. I'm so proud.
I, for one, welcome our Canadian overlords.
But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed. However she's needed.
Oh, if it's an animal rights Hold on. When you say animal rights protester, you mean PETA. Because if he assaulted somebody from PETA, win points with me for that.
She's ready.
If it was like some humane society person.
She brings both joy.
You gotta give me a parsing definition there.
Be a great president we will all be proud of.
And everyone should hate PETA.
Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years.
Yeah, PETA is just a horrible organization.
In Manhattan. And he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood.
I biked around the neighborhood.
Yeah, but they're not harmless, Kooky, though, Prometheus. They're very, very harmful.
Rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well...
Politically, always got to go one step deeper. I go after an organization, he's got to be, well, wait a minute.
Everyone left their garage door open.
They're actually a shit-coating op.
Time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are...
You got to go another level deeper.
The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was.
So I hold out judgment on that accusation at Inhofe. Well,
tables,
that fact about Inhofe.
I was working full time, so I could afford to go to college part time.
And you not get plastic straws anymore?
Thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school, and I got my first job as a lawyer. Which is also where I met the guy.
I feel like I've never not gotten a plastic straw.
And
oh, in Ontario. Okay, that makes sense.
Been alive since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number.
Interesting.
For generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet...
Was she a prosecutor at the time?
I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail. And she makes me listen to it on every anniversary.
She seems like the kind of woman to do shit like that.
It wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at
And she laughs the whole damn time.
Do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence.
Isn't it? Isn't it, though?
Who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour.
Being a cop behavior.
Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better.
Fair enough, Dougie.
And just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you
should have got Bernie, though.
For years and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared.
Therefore, I still hold out judgment.
Prosecute the case.
Protester was apparently with a similar controversial group as PETA, but not PETA.
They asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress.
Yep, that sounds...
And turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself.
Oh, wow.
Then I realized
yeah, that sounds horrible.
And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart.
Oh, she looks adorable.
She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours.
Calling her adorable, she might be my age.
Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that...
But I would guess like she's in her 20s.
...and will benefit all of us when she's our president.
25.
And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, In this election, you have to decide.
So also,
your family.
just barely a boomer.
I trusted Kamala with our family.
Right on the cusp of being a Gen Xer.
I ever made. This
birthdays are a week apart. Wow.
Which I know.
You're listening to the podcast. We're talking about Kamala and Imhoff.
However,
birthdays are apparently the week apart. They're like the same age.
I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness.
That's wild.
And that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Things have seemingly calmed down. Pretty much everybody's off the streets now. I think the song Up Against the Cops
Please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama.
or Stevie Wonder. Republicans are scared to death of her, and she has no interest in politics. And she probably could be president if she wanted to.
Thank you, guys.
Because she's insanely popular with Democrats.
Got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much.
Scared to fucking death of this woman. Warlord's a monarchist.
Something.
Maybe get him in here and
something.
Have him fight you over it.
Magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah.
Like a literal monarchist, Mox.
Arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
It's the contagious power of hope.
Because she's not a politician.
The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day.
No, it's not that kind of cool monarchy. It's the inbreeding kind of monarchy.
Of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing.
I would love to watch you take that old man.
Promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed.
True, cat.
America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently,
You're not honest before?
I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings. Is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that morning has also been mixed.
Rock's way of his cadence and shit is rubbed off on her.
The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of.
They've got a couple of different houses, one in Hawaii,
to honor her memory.
One in like Kennebunkport or some shit.
Not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to
Martha's Vineyard, yeah.
Future.
That's it.
You see,
I think they have like a townhouse in Chicago or some shit.
In her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people,
oh, that was HW.
Value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So,
which one? The one in Kennebunkport?
Volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous.
Oh yeah, I've seen the one in Martha's Vineyard.
Generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements.
Am I saying it wrong?
National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared.
We built this city on rock and roll.
Of this country.
Kenny.
Her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility.
It's wild that so many people want to be president, and she could,
tell her daughter,
and she doesn't want it.
Don't sit around and complain about things. Do something.
That would be correct, 8-bit.
So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school.
Oh, this is just what the conventions do. It's always the past presidents and shit.
People fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable.
Like the former first lady will like always interview. Like this is like always the convention thing.
Cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready.
I don't know why Jill Biden gets so much hate. She's all right.
One of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most
8-bit, if you're constantly thinking about dicks and who has dicks and who doesn't have dicks,
your mother too.
there is something wrong, yes. There's some questions there.
Of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. it's the story of the vast majority of.
They're trying to say that Michelle Obama is trans because it's stupid right-wing conspiracy.
That regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued.
I mean, girl cock is nice.
Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one.
You're so soft and cute.
Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness.
If you a cis dude, you might not know that girl dick is a lot different.
Always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others.
Like it really is a girly dick.
That most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward.
She absolutely was pushing Joe to stay in the race, but like,
Affirmative action of generations.
I gotta let that slide because like, you can imagine how much it meant to him and everything, and she's family and.
If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get
Yeah, it's all about the hormones, Flash.
If things don't go our way, we don't have the.
I don't know how to explain it. It's just soft and cute and dainty.
We don't get
They're adorable.
rules, so we always win. If we see a mountain,
You see a lot of girls in porn
escalator
with like big cocks they're jacking and shit. Like, I think that's medically induced.
we put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life,
My apologies to anybody with a girl dick that was like I slided them.
her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes,
Oh, does ContraPoints have a video on it?
and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately,
I'm like I was taking a shit or something over
we
here.
know what comes next.
Sorry.
We
I
know
groaned.
they're going to do everything they can to distort her truth.
It might be Philosophy Tube.
I sadly know a little something about this.
What, Abigail? Is that the name of
For years, Donald Trump
that runs
did
Philosophy
everything in
Tube?
his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black.
Mouth feel. Yes, they feel really good in your mouth.
Wait. I want to know. I want to know. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
Exquisite mouthfeel indeed.
It's his same.
They're mocking Trump 8-bit.
His same old con, doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away
I'm glad so many of you have seen the mouthfeel vid.
the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy.
You know it, Dustin.
It's unpresidential.
Gotta solicit that money. Don't forget to get the subs so you don't get any commercials. We got the Patreon,
From anyone seeking our
the Ko-fi.
Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans
Give freaking money.
politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that. And we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect 2 of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't
I'm not high enough for this shit, but I need to get something to drink first.
to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim.
She gonna get way more votes than Trump in November. That's all I'm saying.
I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not.
Yes, she was. She was elected as VP in 2020.
This is up to us.
It was a ticket. You elected the Biden-Harris ticket.
That we seek. It's up to
I voted for it.
to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right.
America.
To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what
Yes, she was chosen by Biden as
Don't just sit around.
his running mate.
Do something. So, if they love
And when
and they
I went to go cast my vote, it said Joe Biden, Kamala Harris.
we gotta put
And
down
I cast my vote
do something.
for the ticket
feeling
of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
That dread creeping back in. We gotta pick ourselves up.
Why do you guys like want to argue about such stupid shit? Right wingers get hung up on the most idiotic nonsense.
Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a
Take a fucking civics class too.
So we cannot afford
Thunder Monkey, sorry.
anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called.
Jezebel.
Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of
How many goddamn messages do I need to allow over here?
Know what you need to do.
What is up with you guys tonight?
Consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something.
Get high is what I'm going to do.
Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner.
We've had a lot of trolls tonight, guys.
To vote,
If it was AK, you'd be talking about Jews in Pennsylvania.
we need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country
And you will love it.
from division and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power
I haven't touched a booby in a while.
forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who
I hooked up with this gal and she's a bit much.
and we sure can do it again.
Drama follows her around.
Depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and
But,
go
ooh,
higher. Yes, always
it was a lot of fun.
than we've ever gone before as we elect the next
I hooked up with her back in like April or something.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
Thank you, Michelle. And she like messaged me like the next day. She's like, hey, you want to do it again? I'm like, I only have so much human contact. You know, it's more of like an every few months thing for me. But one more thing.
Now, before I go, I have one more job tonight.
Oh, introducing Barack.
Yeah. One more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope.
My entire lifetime.
Someone
Republicans wreck the
spent
economy.
his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Who goes to fucking McDonald's? Huh? What the fuck are you talking about, 8-bit?
Hello, Chicago!
I've got kitties fighting. Is that you two? It is you two.
Thank you, thank you.
My rent hasn't doubled.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Oh yeah, prices never went up before the last 4 years.
All right, that's enough. Thank you, thank you. Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible.
BB.
Because we
let your lib flag fly. Let your lib flag
entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her.
Let your lib loose.
Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president.
Labia wasn't. Did it? But there's more.
Other than some common Irish blood.
Nabba, welcome in.
Come from different backgrounds. But we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years.
Bagheera, good evening.
What I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country.
You want a running tally on each graphic?
Struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me?
I never understood or underestimated the ability of Joe Biden to fuck things up.
Our future together. One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends.
His tiny caucus.
He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote.
Oh, this shit again? He's breaking out the hits.
He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics. From a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before. And we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter.
The Don Cheadle?
America's ready for a better story. We are ready.
Do I just see Don Cheadle everywhere?
Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars.
A state that's bigger than most of the countries in the world.
After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right.
Oregon gal. Obamacare has objectively been a success in doing what it set out to do, which is ensuring more people
have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights.
It was a giveaway to the fucking insurance companies.
Even when we don't.
The Republicans wanted. And then they bitched about it, called it communism.
To live with each other.
In states that accepted the Medicaid expansion, it's worked well.
Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision.
But you've still seen other provisions that benefit you.
The other side knows
No lifetime coverage limit.
It's easier to play on people's
Students
fears
can
and
stay on their plans
always
until
has been.
26.
They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers.
It curbed the rate of increase on
Since the
prices, but
game is
prices
rigged,
have
it's
still
okay to
continued
take
to
what you want
rise.
And just look after your own. That's the
I believe you're the one that's brainwashed, my friend.
We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that
no denying for pre-existing conditions. It's another thing it gave you.
And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead,
that'd be really cool, Flash.
we need to put a college degree
I'd play that.
within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can.
Hey, Harris used to support Medicare for all once upon a time. For some reason she don't anymore.
Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our...
Did I not say it in a mocking enough tone for you, mocks?
Just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias, that will make it better for everybody.
Wasn't it the chick from like
Donald Trump,
Criminal Minds?
His well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them,
look things up on the computer.
Gains is
oh my God, this cat.
For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please. Whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put Poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do? Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours.
Yeah, but there's all kinds of people in his administration that would have gone for that.
That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we the people includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that.
Most Americans are stupid.
Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out. Or
that's the truth.
Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division. But it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process.
Normies that aren't plugged into this bullshit.
After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe,
he was tougher on Israel.
We don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up.
Oh, I'm sorry if you got a commercial break.
Deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off.
Have a good night, Dustin. Enjoy. Hold on, I got something for you.
No nation.
You live in sexual anarchy?
No society
have a good romp, my friend.
Ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. and dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't.
You should totally wash your ass as well.
But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace.
Freeing Palestine.
Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes.
Easy for you to say, up there with your money, fame, status, and likes.
We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other.
I think he surfs a lot.
But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because
how dare you come in here and insult trolls?
The majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided.
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her.
What is he doing the Bill lip biting?
I think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they share...
Is that how it's pronounced?
A basic outlook on...
It's spelled like Peru.
They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers, They still went about their
Dolly Ebbing Parton, what's going on? You want some titties?
and provided an
This guy needs a titty slap.
of love for their children and their grandchildren.
Come on now.
In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work.
Intelligence, integrity.
They weren't
intensity, intelligence, and integrity.
Or bullies.
3 eyes.
They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong.
Are you not coming, Flash?
Spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table.
I might have had a couple of tears when I was yawning.
And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves.
Nah, he's bound to be wrapping it up. I'd say in the next 5 minutes.
You are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between. We have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service.
Yeah, Michelle was better.
Hard-working
Agreed.
people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it.
Far from his best speech.
As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War.
That's fair too, Mox.
Our bonds of
old hat now.
An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk...
He just seemed next to
listen to
George W. Bush. He was a breath of fucking fresh air.
Worked before.
Yeah, I think I remember he's a lot younger back then. He was like my age. Now, back then, when he was running.
Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. And Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all
put food on your family. I had a poster that was all W quotes. It was amazing.
Pure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
About 3 minutes from when I said that. Day 2, we're going to do C-SPAN calls. wrong with the boss. I love that dude. Isn't he on Twitter?
Please stand if you are able for this evening's benediction, offered by Bishop Samuel L. Green.
Well, and now Bush looks folksy next to Trump.
Of the Greek.
You're like, oh, that Bush.
Of America.
God of our weary years, God of our silent tears.
We'll see
Thou who has brought
cancels
us thus far along the way. You are the one who brews over the days of our lives. And without you,
I think a lot of them have to tone down their disdain.
So we lift our hopes and hearts to thee. And we pause tonight to say thank you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for giving
You're welcome.
The benefits of your mercy. Because all of us can feel that something enthusiastic is rising in the soul of America. And all of us can tell that the tyranny of resentment has finally met its match. The candidacy of Kamala Harris has ignited an era of joy across America. Tonight, we thank you that even in the darkest...
Mr. Sprunk, I trust you, but like I really don't believe that because we watched it.
And hope
we watched every fucking minute of it.
We who gather...
And I don't remember that being the case.
To believe that there will be compassion in America. So God...
Compassion in America.
Deliver us from racism. Deliver us from sexism. Deliver us from evil. And keep us forever in the path we pray. Amen.
Was this a prayer? Was I supposed to have my eyes closed or some shit? Oh, what's this shit going on?
It is now time to pray to the Lord.
No.
Let us pray to the Lord.
No.
Eternal and ever-living God, source of goodness and grace, we come before you, seeking...
What is this thing?
...upon this democratic national convention.
This is Catholic, isn't it? That's why it looks so fucking stupid.
United States.
The Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. Why you gotta like...
Governor Tim...
Old dude over here, this is a cool drip. I like this.
Offices in the land.
He don't look stupid. You look fucking stupid.
And we faith in our nation. Grant unto the delegates to engage with their fellow citizens.
Baby Dog was the best thing about the RNC.
And duty, always seeking the.
They got the best hats. Man, look at. Right wingers are always talking about men in dresses. Here's a man. This is a man in a dress.
Biden,
you want to talk about a man in a dress that's delusional? Boom. Here's one.
He has given a lifetime of service.
I am telepathically communicating with a deity.
And
this is not weird for me to be doing this in public to other people in front of me who also have their eyes closed and their heads bowed
of the United States
in this ancient ritual that makes no goddamn sense.
Ask that you protect and defend the armed forces who
it's a lot of bling.
Defend us, so that in peace and security we may offer to you the one true God.
I mean, he said it.
That is.
Biden was only mentioned twice during the whole RNC. And I was like, Trump had to mention it more than twice, and fair enough. I have seen the churches.
Friends, do I hear a motion to recess until 5:30 tomorrow? Do I hear a second? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Thanks, Landau.
I'm bringing this thing to a close.
Oh, that's not YouTube's auto captioning, actually. That's my auto captioning from OBS. The plug-in I have to get in order to give you guys that. I want to make the show as accessible as possible. We're going to take C-SPAN calls. Oh, okay, Trump's speech, okay. Fair enough. It's like, if you're doing closed captioning for me, it is literally for me. That's why I turn it off. I used to leave it on all the YouTube videos. But then I was like, no, it's probably better if there's just one set of captioning. And it's from me, and it's my voice, and it's whatever's on the screen as well. But that's probably, it just makes everything easier for everybody, I think. Ponder Monkey, thank you for the resub. Oh, he was avoiding saying Biden. It was planned. Really? Did they instruct other speakers at the RNC not to say Biden? Where's our C-SPAN host? Oh no, don't end on us. Oh fuck, last night I had to go to C-SPAN, didn't I?
Well, good evening.
Here we go.
Day 2 of the Democratic National Convention 2024 is now in the history books. Big events tonight, including the speech by Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, Michelle and Barack Obama, and the roll call of states. In just a few minutes, we're going to take your phone call.
Fuck yeah, we are.
What you heard tonight. And I'd like to give you the phone number so you can get involved in the conversation. We'll be here for the next 45 minutes with interviews from the floor and your calls and comments.
Yo, good evening.
748.
Let me get switched over to, I have to go to a different browser where I have my C-SPAN account.
Coincidentally, the place where a month ago Donald Trump received the nomination of the Republican Party. So she had a moment where she was having concurrent rallies here and there, and when the roll call finished, she had a few things to say to the convention from Milwaukee. Let's listen.
Yeah, that was cool.
Good evening, Milwaukee.
It was mentioned 393 times. And why'd you say twice?
And hello.
I didn't think that sounded right.
Joining us from exciting Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention.
I've got.
They just completed their roll call.
Firefox, Opera, which I might do away with, and Google Chrome.
And me to be the next vice president
and then my fourth browser would be Edge, but I've stopped using it for really anything.
And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together.
I stopped edging.
So honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign.
Finally got off.
And together we will
Fight one up, tip one back.
Way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
They've got nothing. They tried to throw every attack at him.
What was happening here, including her husband's speech. Her office posted on social media a photograph of her watching her husband's address live on C-SPAN on Marine 2 as she traveled. We're going to go down to the floor before we start taking your telephone calls. Greta Bronner standing by. Greta?
Greta.
the signs are being gathered up and the delegates are making their way to the exits. We're at the near the front of the
Oh, he's probably really nervous.
Stage. Have with us.
It's a big fucking moment.
Shahid Ahmed, who is
I'd probably do something stupid too.
Washington Post senior diplomatic reporter. Let's begin with the remarks tonight from the former president, President Obama, and the former First Lady Michelle.
It's like I don't want to make fun of people's gaffes too much because, fuck, I say some stupid shit.
A movement building effort today from former President Obama, former First Lady Obama. They were talking about Donald Trump. They were talking.
Bosch says I have a wicked sick aesthetic.
How they feel he doesn't represent average Americans. But really what they were trying to say is we want to unite people. They weren't fixating on Trump. They weren't even fixating on.
Oh, Bosch is in the background?
That's what's so interesting today, having been in the.
Oh.
Is people are focusing on what can we do not just today to get Harris over the finish line, but kind of keep her movement going beyond the November election. I think a lot of Democrats are thinking about this point of, yes, for now, the mood looks good, they're here, they're happy, they're together. They didn't have the convention in 2020, if you remember.
Well, Trump will tell you he doesn't. He's perfect.
Having come here, they're kind of making these plans to say,
he's got the best words.
How are we getting to the finish line? And I think Michelle Obama spoke really powerfully about that, saying, look, yes, we're in the good part. There are going to be mistakes. There are going to be days when I'm tired.
Flash has been on to me to work out, and you're correct. I need to. I'm at the age where I need to start thinking about taking care of myself.
Something. I mean, I was standing right there, and it was coming from every direction.
Can't just shovel junk food in my gullet all the day. And like I never really ate processed foods. But I'm very fond of deep fried things.
After this week,
I think it's really about not just thinking about the top of the ticket, thinking across, right? So you
really fond of deep fried things.
Control the Senate. That's quite hard for them this year.
I fry shit all the goddamn time.
Their grip on several states. You saw just today, Montana, traditionally Republican state in presidential elections, put abortion rights on the ballot. Traditionally, that's a kind of marker that Democrats are going to do better in places. So I think
that's another reason why I think it's going to go Tester.
This is a party that right now, because Vice President Harris, of course, she is not a nominee. She's the name on everyone's lips.
I'm lazy, Flash. That's the problem.
Party, the way that the Republican Party has become, and maybe Democrats were under Obama. So they're thinking, what are all the issues we can tackle? Environment, abortion rights, the war in Gaza. I mean, these are issues that are being very hotly debated.
There are about 77 days left in this election before we get to past this week. What about the rest
of puny capital class
here, and who are we expecting to deliver that message?
Yeah, I think we're going to see some really interesting appearances, of course, by Vice Presidential candidate Tim Walz tomorrow, by presidential nominee Kamala Harris on Thursday, but you're seeing Democrats kind of across the range of the party. You're seeing Senate candidates speak up. You're seeing young activists. Today you had Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of JFK, speaking up. So
I wish we had done something about COVID.
Very broad tent, and I think that's what's going to
We could have stopped it.
We're also going to see a big focus on, is Harris ready, right? And this was something too that
I think it was literally the United States.
Some concern still in the party. Look, she only took over,
not taking the lead. However, it had ripped through Europe.
President before,
like Italy had a real big outbreak.
And what Michelle Obama said about this was, rather than think about, is the country ready?
So I don't. Could it have been contained? I think
that's going to be focus, right? Is how do we win up all these disparate segments of our coalition on different issues and not make it personality focused.
We've seen the polls out just recently that they show her vulnerabilities on issues of the economy, inflation, and immigration. Are you hearing from the party?
You guys ready for the next one?
Vulnerabilities this week in Chicago.
I think you've already seen the Harris campaign do it in ways that not everyone.
And here's the thing.
Adopt this policy, which did
the monkeypox. The mpox.
You saw her talk about price gouging, and
that poses a whole nother set of problems
with a lot of people. So increasingly, I think that's going to be the concern.
No, because you've got homophobia associated with the next one.
Quite settled on how do you want to talk about that, and it's kind of an undercurrent.
People not being able to accept that they have mpox because they aren't gay. They didn't have gay sex.
I don't think yet there's a strong message on that one, whereas on the economy, they're getting that.
And on foreign policy,
or homophobic guys contracting it, not telling anybody.
How much of that is an issue?
Being afraid.
I'd say it's a significant issue. I mean, even here on the convention floor, you're seeing people say, look, we are Democrats, but we are not thrilled.
Not to alarm anyone.
Yet on why is there not a ceasefire yet 10 months in, right? Why aren't the hostages being released? Important to remember, yes, there's more than 100 Israelis. There's also 8 Americans. You know, people know families who are affected by this war. People know people who are being killed in Gaza. I've been among protesters. I've been with...
It did not handle COVID well.
Talking about this Gaza issue.
You can go back and watch my streams the whole time.
Like under Bernie Sanders.
Yelling about why we weren't doing anything.
Look, this war
during Biden.
And you saw even President Biden yesterday say the protesters have a point, but with negotiations not getting anywhere, right? Secretary of State Blinken is in the region, but the hopes for a deal are dropping. That's where it's...
A bird flu, that's another one.
The administration, through their own policy, has to shore up the candidate as she's on the...
We don't know if human-to-human spread yet, but the moment that happens, holy fuck.
Ahmed, thank you for the conversation.
Thanks a lot.
Odd job. Good evening.
Thanks so much, Greta Bronner.
You got here just in time for calls.
United Center here in Chicago, and it's now time for you. We'd like to hear what you think about the speeches, the call vote, Kamala Harris's candidacy, her chances in the fall versus Donald Trump. What's on your mind? Beginning with Dylan in Reading, Pennsylvania, a Democrat. Dylan, you're on C-SPAN. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. You know, I got to say, I love the way that they did the ceremonial roll call vote tonight. It was more energetic. And, you know, I think it kind of broke with tradition or something, but I definitely think it was definitely a lot better than what the RNC roll call was like.
Yeah.
But I was so happy to see my state governor, Josh Shapiro. I'm a proud Pennsylvanian. I'm proud to see Josh Shapiro on the stage right there. And hopefully one day I'd love to see him up on that stage as a potential Democratic presidential nominee. But the other thing that I absolutely loved tonight was seeing Michelle and President Obama back on stage. I just tell you, I always love it when I hear...
Odd job. Do you have a...
I just don't know why. He's such...
Democratic Senate primary?
So, yeah, that was definitely a... It was definitely a great second night of the DNC.
Florida.
Wait to see much more in the coming days.
What about President Obama's address resonated with you? Delivery or messaging?
I think it's a mixture of both. He definitely, like I said, he's definitely a really good public speaker, and you know. I was just a kid when he got elected president, so I don't remember too much about his presidency, but I know for a fact from what my parents said that he was an incredible president, and I just loved, and we all just loved everything that he did to help this country move forward, and hopefully we'll get that same type of feeling with Vice President Harris. Hopefully she'll beat Donald Trump in the fall.
Dylan, thanks for watching C-SPAN and for making a call to our program tonight. We're going to move on next to Gary, who is in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and a Republican. Welcome.
It was some crazy.
Gary.
Well, thank you, ma'am. First of all, I'd like to say I really appreciate C-SPAN's coverage of all this. I am diehard Republican. We watch both sides. We're few of the people I know that can actually watch both sides, and I can actually make honest comments on it. The interesting thing of last night's convention, they did the complete opposite of the RNC. They went and shot their whole load on everybody. They came out gunning because the Democrats are in a scramble right now. They obviously proved it last night. They came out with everybody. They put Biden out. The RNC was completely the opposite. They saved everything for the grand finale. I believe they have the next 2 days. I am curious to see what they're going to say. And the last thing I want to say, I'm not going to sit there and hold people up, and I want people to know. Listen to what the Democrats say. They talk and they say nothing. They refuse to cover the issues of the country. The only thing they have going for them is to bash Donald Trump. I mean, you need to address our issues, address our finances, address the border. They refuse. And 2 days now, I've listened to it, and I'd like anybody to refute what I'm saying. And
I can.
Taking the call, and I want people to understand. The Democrats speak, and they say nothing.
Gary, thanks for your call from Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
But he has a bit of a point, as we said earlier.
1984 with gavel to gavel, no commentary coverage.
The DNC was as full of empty platitudes as the RNC
who is
full of grievances.
Great to see and hear the positive energy at the Democratic Convention, and also offers some kind words for our coverage. We appreciate you watching us. You have a lot of options now to watch the convention, and we're glad you're here with us. Sophie is in Bridgewater, Connecticut, and independent. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. As a matter of fact, I would like to say ditto for the previous caller who complimented your program as
Are you still there, Sophie?
Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, I am, yes.
As a matter of fact.
Go ahead with your comment.
Yes, well, I would like to also ditto the
sassy
caller complimenting your
No, you didn't.
Since I discovered C-SPAN, I watched everything on C-SPAN. I don't even go to any other programs.
Only have one type of alcohol.
People who commentaries. But I would like to mention something about the couple, the former President Obama and his wife, Michelle Obama. Of course, they're super eloquent and so on. And but the way I see it, they're so involved, which is unusual for any presidents in the past. And I've been here almost 50 years. They just go elsewhere. They do some things on the side, but other presidents. But these two constantly involved, and I suspect that they basically currently running the last 3.5 years of the White House. And this is like they see future, and today was a lot hinting in that area, at least for intelligent people who can read between lines, that they actually preparing themselves to be a one world order and have positions there as well. Millionaires living in Martha's Vineyards, and they keep saying we need to fight for this. They don't have to fight for anything anymore. They became rich doing politics. So it's dishonest. And also the Sanders, he also gave the plan that is only previous caller mentioned, only telling what they would like to have, everything being given, everything.
Not based.
Who's supposed to pay? Who's supposed to pay for?
All right, Sophie.
Myself.
Thanks so much. I think you made your point, and appreciate you calling in tonight. We've got Greta Bronner waiting on the floor. Greta, we'll throw it to you right now. What's next with us?
It's capitalism, I would say, Flash.
The audience has seen the delegations that have front row seats here on the convention, Pennsylvania, California. There's another group that has close proximity to the stage, and that is the content creators. And here, just right off of the stage, is the creative stage, the content stage for folks like you. Tell us your name and tell us where you post.
Hi, my name is Tega Ororo. I post on TikTok and Instagram as well as YouTube Shorts.
I'm so glad I didn't say that I thought that was precious.
In politics, I've actually been working in campaigns since 2015 on a local level in Michigan. And honestly, I didn't start engaging politically on my platform until 2020. 2020 kind of just changed my vibe, changed my mood. I think when it came to Joe Biden, I wanted people to get out and vote. I wanted people to use their voices, and I wanted to use my voice and my platform to amplify that.
How many followers do you have?
Currently on TikTok, 3.7 million, and Instagram, 270,000.
Why do you think you and the other content creators have this perch to watch the convention? What do you think the Democratic National Committee is hoping you'll do with this position?
They want to hear a different perspective. They want to hear creators share their personal stories, why they're voting, what reasons, what issues are important to them. I think that's why they're letting creators share.
Did he say America deserved 9/11?
This opportunity. They've been so grateful, so graceful.
He is good.
So caring. The entire team at Creators for Kamala have been so understanding and giving us the.
I could probably make that argument.
This platform, but also.
I don't know if I would, but
who are willing to.
I could make that argument.
Put it on our platforms.
Any requirements on what you post and how you post?
No requirements at all. It's free range. I've actually been posting behind the scenes content, which a lot of my followers are enjoying, and then a lot of funny meme type videos as well.
So what have you posted specifically? Like, what will you post tonight?
But was he being facetious?
About this, as well as I'm going to post.
Was he being serious? Did he make an argument?
About speech, and definitely posting about the behind the scenes as well. I've kind of been doing that all day, so people can see like not just what is happening.
Oh yeah, that's the argument.
Closed doors in the sense of in our creators lounge, creators parties, meeting with surrogates, and making those constant videos as well.
How many are there of you, the content creators here at the convention?
There's about 200 plus of us, a little bit more, and I know we have some virtually online watching and helping engage that way.
How did you make your way out here?
Like
did
me?
The campaign pay for you all?
Did I just get a shout out?
Explain how they organized you all.
No, they did not pay us at all. I'm using my own money, my own time.
I don't know about let it happen. I think it was more incompetence and
just traveling through the Midwest,
knowing and willfully letting it happen. I think it was.
What do you do next with
rank incompetence?
I'm just going to keep sharing what's happening. I'm going to tell people to get out to vote. I'm going to tell people that this election matters. I'm going to tell people democracy's on the line. I'm definitely going to try to engage my Nigerian community as much as I can because I know when Nigerians get together, we organize, we're very strong, we're very powerful. And I'm definitely going to keep continuing on this adventure of making sure that we get out to vote this November.
Is that your community online?
Yes, it's the Continue community. There's a little backstory of when I was going through a medical crisis, my stepmom was continually telling me,
not just Bush,
pushing through, no matter
the entire administration from top to bottom.
So I want to continue.
Full of idiots and psychopaths.
Getting out to vote.
Why the Nigerian community? What's your background?
So I'm Nigerian, born there, raised there a bit, raised also in the UK, and now I'm here in America. And so I see a lot of engagement in my community. We come together in this kind of melting pot, but we also come together in a sense of when something is important, we are there, we are up front, we're making sure our voices are heard. So yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you, Greta. And it's time to go back to your telephone calls. Kane has been waiting in Palm Bay, Florida, a Democrat. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yes, hello. Thank you for having me. And I want to echo the message of appreciating the coverage that C-SPAN has done over the years. My message is basically...
You don't have to suck C-SPAN balls. That's why they're there.
That's coming from the Democratic convention, and mostly the Democrats, is a little bit more helpful than it has been in previous times. I think that they are connecting people to the reality of our situation here in the United States, and they're not just arguing it from a political standpoint, but from a more realistic standpoint. And I believe what President Obama said when he was making the comparison between his grandmother and Michelle's mother, and echoing that message about how most Americans are connected that way, but we want to maintain how we build for the future for our young ones. I believe that was a great message, very pertinent. And what I would also like to say is that today was primary voting here in Florida, and some of the voting output I have seen is not something that we need in this country for the general elections. We need to have more people involved. Obviously, I'm going to be supporting people to vote Democratic. However, we cannot make a decision on a very important election with 25% of people voting in certain counties. It needs to be far more than that.
Kane, thanks so much for participating. John is next, Republican in Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Hey, John.
Hi, thank you guys for taking my call. I've been watching a lot of the coverage from the convention, both tonight as well as the other nights. And the biggest thing I have noticed is there's a lot of blame coming from the Democrats on stage toward a former president, and not so much at themselves.
Feelings?
They've been in power for the past 4 years. They've had the opportunity to fix a lot of the crises and issues that we're seeing plaguing our country. We have gas prices high. We have food prices high. Young Americans aren't able to afford buying a house or even rent in some cases. These are all problems that they could have fixed, or at least, started making some progress toward in the past couple years. And again, there's a lot of blame coming toward a former president on this issue. So I want to echo the thoughts of a previous caller. I would just encourage people to continue listening to the Democrat convention, continue listening to what they're saying, because I'm really hearing a whole lot of nothing, a whole lot of the blame game, pointing the finger. And I think on the opposite side of the spectrum, the Republican Party and President Trump are really showing a message of hope and being able to fix these issues and get our country back on track.
Yeah, hope. That's what I got from the RNC.
So much, John. Next,
there was no finger pointing at the RNC.
North Carolina. Steve's a Democrat. Welcome to C-SPAN.
It's so nice to do you as far as C-SPAN, and I'd like to say thank you so much, C-SPAN, for calling. We out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. I'd like to say that the Democrat National Convention was awesome. And the previous caller, if he had been listening, he would have got the point on at least 12 things that President Biden, along with Vice President Harris, have accomplished. And all they have to do is mainly look around them and see the things that they have accomplished during their term, and such as expansion of the Social Security, as far as the stimulus, and he mentioned about the border and stuff. Anybody that know anything about Congress or anything like that, you have to pass a bill in order to do different things, and he couldn't do this by themselves without that, right. And if the Republican Party was holding the bill up, then that's a different ball game. So if he had been listening and
his wife's whispering to him,
would have known. And look, I encourage people, just look around them and see all the things that Harris, Vice President Harris, and along with the president, has accomplished. And it means a lot.
They have also, I'm his wife,
yes.
and one of the things that President Biden and Vice President Harris has done is lower the cost of the insulin.
Okay, so is it a three-way call?
Have their hearing aids.
Or are they sitting there next to the phone like this? That's kind of cute.
Gun control.
That is true.
They're
like, yeah, Dad, with the phone.
And also the fact of doing away with a lot of the hindrances that the other president, I can't even think of his name, Trump.
Okay.
Yeah. They did.
All right. Let me jump in. Let me jump in at that point. Thanks. Nice to have both of you on the line at the same time, expressing your opinions from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Don't have that happen all too often. We're going to get back to the floor and Greta Bronner for another interview.
God damn it.
We're here down on the floor with Isaac Winkler. He is one of the youngest.
I can't do it. I'm hungry. I'm going to fall asleep during Isaac. I'm sorry. I can't stick with you for any more calls. We're gonna get animal video. Get the fuck out of here. Oh no, we'll play a new one when we got everybody here. Just the other day. How do I have a Alex Jones video in my animal videos? I just went to Mo Mountain Mutts and grabbed another video. Sorry, I was unprepared tonight. Jesus. He's a big old puppy with his tail wagging. Can't find a cat video on the internet, no, Joey. Really hard time. If you are watching on Twitch, you are heading over to Producer Dave. I will be back with you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Yet again for day 3 of the DNC. Tomorrow night, Slick Willie. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. I'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol. Live.